stakes in the courtroom, lights shining bright, paparazzi flashing. His face lost in the fight, he played the bad boy, living life on the lam. Now he's trapped in the spotlight, can he take the stand? Did he do it, did he do it? The world's on the edge like a fuse lit. Did he do it, did he do it? Choose a runaway train and when we're glued to it. The surprise witness steps up, face cool as stone.
Today I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution.
Hero of the hour, unraveling his guise. The bad boy's kingdom crumbles right before our eyes. Did he do it, did he do it?
And he often electronically recorded them.
Questions burn, we pursue it. Did he do it, did he do it? This drama's real, there's no undo it.
The freak-off sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics.
Revelations raining down, it's getting late. The clock ticks loud and the room holds its breath. Is a verdict justice or a march into death? Did he do it, did he do it? The tension's tight like a noose knit. Did he do it, did he do it? The scales tip heavy under truth grit. Balls on the edge like a fuse, yeah. Did he do it, do it? The scales tip heavy under truth grit.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Hello, everybody. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Definitely my banner. I need to read those more closely because they have not been accurate. They have not been accurate the whole time, y'all. I'm doing my best, okay? Who died? I just tweeted about this man, I think. Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, famous conservative, one of the first, possibly the first celebrity conservatorship. Beach Boys, founding member. I didn't intend to come on here and give that news. I was actually trying to read an update. I'll show y'all. I was harassed and assaulted by the headline with the big red bar up there. What are we doing? What are we doing today? Okay, so Jane, shout out to Montreal. Somebody said, Eve said, hey from Montreal. Shout out to Montreal. Y'all really do have the best bagels. Everybody says everybody has the best bagels. It's New York. It's new this. Is this, that. No, it's not. It's none of those places. It's Montreal. Argue with your mama. Don't argue with me. Okay. Anyway. Oh, wait. Okay. I have been... I need to make an announcement. Hold on. Let me make an announcement. Chat announcement. Chat announcement. I have to make a chat announcement. Shout out to the mods. I don't know who all worked on this little rules, but I want to just quickly say some ground rules for the chat just because like I know there's only like 2,900 people in here right now, but I figured if I could just say it, start saying it from time to time, then everyone can kind of understand the ground rules. I reserve the right to change my mind, but this is what we're going with right now. Okay. I will explain the reason for these rules, okay? One of the most annoying things is whenever people just tell you what to do and they don't tell you why. I'm gonna tell y'all why, but let me just say the rules first, because I want this to be fast. I'm trying to get into the trial, okay? So, if I mispronounce a word, like yesterday, for example, I was saying cluck. I was intentionally mispronouncing a word. I'm gonna explain it again at the end why. Don't be saying why and all that. I'm gonna explain it. Just give me, I'm gonna try to do this in like 2 minutes. If I mispronounce a word, like it's obviously not the word. Let's say corn instead of saying the content you might find on OF. There's reasons why I'm doing that. I'll explain them at the end. But one of the reasons is that there are robots that are in charge on most platforms, all right? And they just scan for certain stuff. They're going to scan for the most obvious stuff. And if you get enough of these scans, in and of itself, your channel could get flagged. Also, as y'all know, I got haters. Okay. And it's like I'm constantly being attacked. Like I have to be a lot more careful than your average everyday person. I have no management team. I don't have anybody that's like can call up any platforms and say, oh, she was targeted. I mean, I just have to, I'm just out here. It's just me and the Lord. Okay. And, a very small team of like 1 or 2 people. But this is my job. This is what I do for my job. Y'all know I love a free speech moment. Okay. Y'all know I love it. I love the First Amendment. I really do. But there are certain things that for me to continue to be able to have a platform and use my voice, I just have to keep it zipped up in here. Okay. So when y'all are just like putting any and everything in the chat, I know this isn't how y'all are thinking of it. A lot of y'all, some people are in here trying to sabotage. They're trying to trip off things because then they'll go report. There's a bunch of people talking about CP in that surprise witnesses chat. There's a bunch of people talking about whatever. So even if y'all aren't saying it in a bad way or anything like that, and yes, I understand exactly where you're coming from when you're saying it feels like censorship and all that. Fair, okay? But I'm not in charge, okay, in that way. And I don't know if y'all have seen or not, but this topic, a couple others that I cover, including like, Jay-Z, are very well and widely known to certain topics just get you more on that list. Okay. So it would be nice to not be demonetized, because if you get demonetized or if you get a yellow dollar sign or something, it's not just money that it gets affected. If you have videos that get that designation, they're going to show it to less people because your content isn't advertiser friendly. So then it just kind of that's one issue. But another issue is that, sorry, I lost my train of thought because I'm reading y'all's comments and I'm trying to like hurry up, but I'm also trying to like, I just hate it when people just tell me what to do and don't tell me why. So I am trying to tell y'all why, but yes, I don't want to get demonetized, but even more so than that, I don't want to lose what I have worked very, very hard to build. And I do understand the frustrations of free speech, this, that. Go do it somewhere else where it's not affecting my livelihood. You know what I mean? That being said, also, some of y'all are just aggravating. Probably bots. Okay. I know most of my followers, most of my subscribers, most people that are watching this, they have some sense at this point, because I mean, I've been doing this for a month. The people who have stuck around probably have a little bit, of sense, but there's, trolls. There's also people that's not doing stuff on purpose, but it's just like, I don't want that in my chat. Okay. So all that to say, rule number 1, if I'm mispronouncing a word, like cluck, for example, or institution, right? I call different stuff, Molly Ann, right? EX, cocaina. Take that please as a cue that's probably one of them words that I'm just trying to not like, have to worry about like, oh, I'm gonna lose my job, Okay. Number 2. Yes. Please do. I understand again too, like where this is coming from, because I even do this to some extent sometimes too, but just generally, please be mindful about making jokes and making light of, really horrible stuff. I totally do understand. I do it myself. Yesterday I was ringing a bell in the middle of crying, okay? Making you gotta laugh to keep from crying. You gotta kind of add a comic relief here and there. I love a comic relief. Let's do it over stuff that's not like, oh yeah, like, Diddy's legs hurt so much because he don't know how to stop kicking women in the head. Ha ha ha. Like, it's just, for me personally, I know humor is subjective. I don't like it. So can we not make the jokes about that? I've already said this. Rule number 3, please no trying to figure out who is somebody, who is the child, who is the Jane Doe. I've already explained this. I'm not going to explain it again. That one is at this point, like, y'all should know. And then, yeah, if I am number 4, this is the last rule and then we can move on. If I am talking about an act of violence and I'm kind of like going around it and not really saying it, or I'm saying y'all can read this yourself, it's because either the algorithm and the bots and I don't want to get kicked off. And I do want to be following the rules of the terms and conditions and all of that as community guidelines as well. But also, like, I personally sometimes am not doing it for that reason. Sometimes it's just really freaking nasty and gross and I don't want to say it. And so if I'm like minimizing a little, y'all, if I'm saying y'all can read it right here on the screen, then please just do that and refrain from describing it in my chat. It's nasty and it grosses me out. Just like, like think about like if you wouldn't say it like around your mom and your aunt and your sisters or whatever, like just maybe like don't put it in my chat. It's just like, can we just not be grotesque? And again, that only applies to a few comments here and there that I've seen, but okay, that's it. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go with that for now. And I reserve the right to change my mind, but I think that's just, common sense stuff. If I'm saying cluck, please don't put the full word in the chat. If I'm saying statute, if I'm saying OF, please don't type out the full thing because I'm obviously I'm making efforts to censor it for some reason. And I don't really want to have to explain why all the time, but I would like the chat to stay in somewhat of an order. Number 2, no jokes about the abusive things. Number 3, please no, not please. It's a demand. Ain't no please about it. Don't try to comment about trying to figure out who somebody is. Yeah. And don't be like overly describing stuff that I'm going out of my way not to describe, because sometimes it's what I'm saying about an algorithm. If you don't care about my, being able to keep my platform, then at least please care about respecting like my boundaries of like, I don't like, it's hard for me, y'all. I don't like to talk about this type of stuff. Like, it's gross and nasty. Some of this stuff is really nasty. And I do try to like, be mature about it and stuff, but like, it's some of y'all are just take it too far, and it's probably trolls and bots and stuff, but whatever. Okay. So that being said, shout out to the mods: Monica, Diamond Rainbow, Birmingham Leprechaun, Oklahoma Outlaw, Mustard, Amber, everybody that's been modding. Sorry, I always forget people. Christy, Anon, whoever's been in here modding. But I know Diamond, Rainbow, and Oklahoma Outlaw Audits, and of course Monica have been in here working hard. All of their links are linked below if y'all want to show your appreciation to the mods. They are really fighting a war in the comment section in the live chat, and mods are always welcome to please. I mean, they're in here all the time. I feel bad because they like don't take breaks and stuff. So like y'all don't have to be in here all day, just to put it out there. But I appreciate it. Y'all are doing a great job. And hopefully those rules will help to get some of those people together. And I reserve the right to change my mind. Okay. Let's pull up the Diddy coverage. I was supposed to do that in 2 minutes and it was not. All right. So Inner City Press already has been tweeting some very breaking news, very important news. Now back to the trial. Right. Okay. So where are we on this trial? Jane Doe is on cross-examination. This is her second day being on cross-examination. This is where Diddy's lawyers are getting the opportunity to ask Jane Doe some questions. Who is Jane Doe? She is an ex. Ex what? It's a good question. And I think it's going to come down to being a very important question in this trial. Ex-girlfriend, ex S worker. It's unclear, Anyway, the prosecution had 2 days and then a little nugget of a day, 2-point-something days of court days to do the direct examination. Today, court isn't starting or didn't start until 1. It's 1:17 right now. And it didn't really start at 1 either because the jury wasn't ready today. So the judge, before the jury comes in, the judge says to the parties, anything before the jury comes in. The judge looks over to Diddy's lawyers and goes, does the defense, Diddy's lawyers, want to respond to the government on the juror issue? Now, what's the juror issue? You might be wondering. Great question. Great question. It's under seal. So, we've only been able to just kind of like piece together little by little as the public what this juror 6 issue is. Now, what I can tell you from what I've been reading, I'm not in the courtroom, but from what I've been reading from the different sources and hearing as well from the people inside the courtroom, the judge wants, the prosecutors want juror 6 out. They want him out. Diddy is saying, oh no, or his team anyway. His lawyers are saying, no, we don't want him out. We like him. Now, what are the reasons for why the parties like and don't like? That's a great question. And it's what we've been wondering. It's all been going on behind closed doors, off the docket. That is what the judge pulled those lawyers into his chambers the other morning. The judge pulled them in and to talk to them secret in the robing room. So I don't know what exactly is going on with that. Now, there is some more specifics about that issue. If you want to know exactly what was said on the transcript, there's more details than what I just said. I would recommend it going to Down the Rabbit Hole News. She has been reading the transcripts like pretty much as they come out. At this point, she might be like on a 1-day delay, but I think she read yesterday's testimony on her live like this morning. So, yeah, I would recommend doing that. But just from what I've been able to piece together without having the transcript right here in front of me, Diddy wants this juror to stay in. The government, the feds, wants this juror out. They're making a motion to remove this juror. And they're doing all this secret stuff behind the closed doors, sending the emails to the judge, saying this is their argument, whatever. And so the judge gave them till today, I guess, to respond. And I guess they didn't respond. And so the judge this morning is like, got anything to say? Like, you wanted to keep that juror in, the government wants to keep him out. What's the deal? So Alexandra Shapiro, I was watching Mims last night. I think it was Mims. And he said it all made sense. He gets it. It all made sense now to him because he's been in the courtroom and in the overflow room, but he's been up there watching it all. He said yesterday he had like an up close look at Diddy's face, full face reaction while Jane Doe was testifying about all the different things. And he could see because the camera was on Diddy because they don't have the camera on Jane Doe, I guess. Anyway, he was saying this Alexandra Shapiro makes so much sense now. Like her whole job at the trial is to like work on an appeal in real time. So this actually, with that in my mind, it does really bring together and start to make it make sense. But why like the different lawyers are doing their different things and all that stuff. Why Alexandra Shapiro specifically asks the questions she asks. Right? Or says the things she says because she's preserving the record for appeal, which they're all doing. But maybe this is like her like actual like major main job. That's kind of what Mims, I think, was saying. Maybe I do think it was him. Okay. So here she is. She stands up. The judge, again, just to remind you, the judge is like, anything before the jury comes in. And he's like, looks at the defense lawyers, Diddy's lawyers, and he's like, do you have anything to say about this juror 6 issue? And Diddy's lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, says, Your Honor, this is a thinly veiled attempt to exclude a black juror. So you cannot exclude a juror on the basis of race. It is very well established. And you can especially not discriminate against black jurors because this is something that has been an issue. So there's like, you can't do that. It's a very close look of scrutiny on why you would remove a black juror, especially at this point, because of historically, things have happened where black jurors were excluded at very high rates. And so to make sure they did like an overcorrection. So you got to look real close. If in the middle of the trial, you're trying to take a black man off the jury, okay, you just got to, especially when it's a black male on trial. All right. So the scrutiny level is going to be very high. However, if there's dead ringer evidence of something serious, it don't matter what color, you got to get off the jury. That's why they have 6 alternates. So Alexandra Shapiro is like, Your Honor, this is the most racist thing I ever saw. This is a racist trial. Y'all are already being racist against my client. Remember, they made those arguments. I'm paraphrasing, right? But this is her. If you think about it in the different ways that Diddy might try to get an appeal. He didn't get a fair trial. What's a huge reason not to get a fair trial? Well, if you were racially discriminated against, if the jury was racially, comprised based on improper racial considerations and stuff like that. So here's Alexandra Shapiro. She's like, this is racist. They just trying to get this black man off the jury, which could be true. I don't know. All I know is like 3 tweets worth of information because it's all secret. But then the feds respond. And they say, Your Honor, hardly has to do with his race. We looked at the record and we found a lack of candor. Well, a lack of candor with the prosecution. Hold on, I gotta fix this. That would be like lying. Let me actually look it up. The feds are basically saying this juror did not tell us the full truth about something. Lack of candor. Juror. Federal rule. Okay. We got the AI overview, which is as good as anything. At this point, just for our purposes, I said lack of candor, juror, federal rule. And the AI overview said, in the federal legal system, a juror's lack of candor, which we will get into those next bullet points, tell you what that means. So just hold tight. During the jury selection process, or voir dire, can have significant consequences. It involves dishonesty or failure to disclose material information that could affect their impartiality or ability to serve fairly. Okay. So what are the key aspects? Failing to disclose that they actually have a bias. So they could give a little bit of an explanation. Jurors are questioned to identify any biases, such as relationships. I don't know why this one, it's not quite like scalp tingle, but like that one felt like it hit right. Like I think that might come up. Relationships with parties or preconceived opinions. Okay. So if you have a relationship to the parties, if you have already made your mind up, or if you already have a bias toward one way or the other about what the case is about, what the case is, if someone guilty or not, a juror who fails to disclose that information, that can compromise the fairness of a trial. Because I do spend a lot of time talking about how, Diddy deserves a right to a fair trial, but who else has the right to a fair trial is the public. We have the right to know that our institutions are running appropriately and that people that are being tried criminally are getting fair trials. So it's the right to the fair trial on all angles. It's not just like, oh, Diddy has a right to a fair trial, so he gets to stack the jury. No, we all have a right to Diddy having a fair trial, and he has a right to a fair trial for his own personal liberties and freedoms and stuff like that. So if a juror 6, didn't have candor, it could have been that he failed to disclose that he had a bias. What is a bias under this specific, not any bias, all in the world, but a bias specifically about, any biases, like preconceived opinions, relationships with parties, things like that. But there's also another way you can have a lack of candor, and that's if you lied on your questionnaire or during voir dire. Remember whenever we did a whole week of jury selection every day for hours we were here? They were asking, have you ever seen the CNN footage? Have you ever seen the anything about Diddy? Did you ever repost anything on social media? Remember all that? All that was under penalty of perjury. They had I swear to tell the truth. All that. So if somebody lied during that, let's say they said somebody already got kicked off the jury for this or disqualified before the jury was finally selected because she had said that she never worked for a lawyer and never got legal training or something, but she really did. And she worked for legal aid or something and ended up being an issue. I mean, this is like over a month ago now. Don't quote me on that, but I remember something like that coming up. Look, it says the Supreme Court has held that to get a new trial based on juror dishonesty. So this would be if Diddy wanted to get rid of this juror, but the party must show the juror didn't answer a material question honestly. A correct answer would have been provided. Okay. This right here, see this part right here? This is basically that prong right there. A correct answer to the question, like they were answering questions either on a questionnaire or during voir dire where they were saying, no, I don't have any, experience with S assault, but really they're a S assault advocate or something like that. Something that if they would have answered it the truthful way, they would have got kicked off that jury. They would have said, goodbye, have a nice day. Thank you. Goodbye. No, thank you. But instead of telling the truth, they lied and then somehow they weaseled onto the jury. That is a reason. So it don't matter what your race is, what your color, what your creed, what your national origin. It doesn't matter. Any of that stuff. You might be the only black man on a jury. But if you lied on a material question, and if you would have told the truth, that answer would have got you kicked out the jury for a valid reason. Like say, I'm the CEO of Bad Boy or something. Like let's say that lady, remember her, that publisher, the marketing director of the book company that's publishing Al B. Sher's book. I think he had an interview the next day came out public. So it was like that lady, like let's say she just didn't tell that she had that connection to Al B. Sher, who might even have gotten called as a witness. It doesn't look like he is now, but it was like not completely out of the realm of possibility. And if a juror wouldn't have said that was her job, then that would have been a reason. That would have been a reason to kick her off. So if she somehow got onto the jury, she got to go. Does that make sense? So that is basically the lack of candor thing. What are the consequences? Well, potentially a mistrial, contempt of court, overturning a verdict. So you got to make sure it's all fair and it's all, everybody told the truth. And they had to sign all this stuff, y'all. They had to sign all these documents saying they would swear to tell the truth. They had to agree to tell the truth. They had to sit up there in the stand in the jury box and say they were going to tell the truth. I mean, they really had to say it over and over. I promised that my answers were provided truthfully, all that. Okay. So the two sides are disagreeing. Diddy wants the juror to stay on the jury. It's a black man because we heard, how do we know that? Oh, just a black juror. So it might be black woman or black man, a black juror. Okay. So, juror number 6. I don't know why I think it's a man. Did somebody say it was? It's like very strongly in my mind that this is a man. I don't know. Maybe I made that up. So we'll just say person because we don't know the gender. But Diddy wants this person on the jury. And the assistant U.S. attorney wants him off and said basically he or she lied. He or she or they lied or were not honest or, if they would have answered the right way, we would have never let them be on this jury. Now, you might be on the edge of your seat wanting to know what was the lack of candor. That makes 2 of us. Okay, the judge is like, okay, fine, whatever. We'll deal with it before the weekend. So today's Wednesday. This was a few minutes, a while ago, actually. The judge said, is the jury ready? And they were not. So then they took 10 minutes. All right. Waiting for the jurors. Diddy is reading something, talking to Agnifilo on the side. And then Shapiro, the one that just argued about the juror staying on, and it's a black juror, you're trying to keep him off. She's also sitting there. And Inner City Press is like, are they talking about the juror that the U.S., that the feds want to remove? Still waiting for jury. Let me repost this. Okay. Inner City Press said, incidentally, why isn't this prosecutor's letter seeking to exclude a juror in the docket, at least in some type of redacted form? Despite Inner City Press's request and despite the judge's orders, why? All rise. Okay, let me get my gavel. I don't even think I did my gavel yesterday. All rise. Court is now in session. Honorable Judge Aaron Subramanian is presiding. United States versus Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. On the cross-examination for the defense is TENY GARAGOS, daughter of Mark Garagos. Still not confirmed whether or not he was the one who negotiated Jonathan Audie's NDA or if one exists, but something that has been alleged. Something that has been alleged. Okay. TENY says, I was to admit this exhibit under seal. Can you read that, Jane? Messages, December 2021, between yourself and Cabral after a hotel night. Okay, on the stand, Jane Doe. This is Diddy's ex. Something. Ex something. Girlfriend, partner, lover. I'm not really sure. But TENY GARAGOS is pulling up an exhibit. It's text messages. Text messages of what? It's text messages of Jane Doe and Sly, aka Cabral. This Sly, aka Cabral, is the one who allegedly, according to Jane's testimony, like blackmailed Jane and Diddy, or extorted them, or whatever she called it, for a tape. He was a former S worker for them or with them or whatever, and they found him watching Blacked or Bears and Cowboys or something, Angels or something. I don't exactly remember where they found this entertainer. Like, see how they just like use words for words, and it's like now you can't even say entertainer without thinking they this thing. Okay. And we're all just wow, that, oh man. Too much. Okay. Okay. So TENY GARAGOS is like, look at these messages between you and Cabral. Are they messages December 2021 between you and Cabral after a hotel night? Jane said, yes. You had a pretty intense night, didn't you? Jane said, yes. Now this timeline, if it is 2021, Jane just met Diddy. They just met a couple months ago, a month or two ago. So I don't know about this timeline. Just put a pin in that, because I don't know if 2021 is the right year, because she might be saying the wrong year. Because that would mean that her timeline doesn't add up. Okay. You had a pretty intense night, didn't you? Yes. And Diddy says to you, sorry, not Diddy. This isn't Diddy. You had a pretty intense night, didn't you? And Jane is like, yes. And Diddy's lawyer says, all right, so Cabral, Sly, he messages to you. You were talking so dirty to me. I love it. Jane said, yeah, I'm being friendly here. Oh, y'all. Oh, my Lord. And after your long hotel night, Jane, you saw Sly Cabral with Gina? Jane said, yes, I did. Gina, remember, is Diddy's victim, supposedly alleged victim 3. She's the one Cassie got real jealous of. So Diddy's lawyer is going, all right, so after your hotel night with Sly, aka Cabral, you saw him with Gina. Jane said, yeah. Okay, next question. Then Sly, aka Cabral, wrote to you that he would be in LA and he would stay in LA to see you if you wanted. Jane said, yeah. And what did you say? Jane said, it's my birthday weekend and you don't show me no love. That sounds like something Diddy would have wrote, since he's always so worried about a birthday. Okay, so basically what's going on is text messages between her and Cabral. Her and Cabral had just had a freak off, I guess. And then she sees Cabral with Gina. Well, it's confusing to me about the timeline because I think there's some timeline discrepancies. She said she didn't do freak offs until after the first several months of her relationship with Diddy. But, the timeline does add up. The timeline does add up. December at the end of 2021. She had been with him. Okay, all right. Timeline adds up. I stand corrected by my own mind. It's hard to keep up with everything going on, y'all. But December 2021 is the end of the year. So this is about exactly a year after she met Diddy and kind of started dating him. All right. So disregard the stuff I said about the timeline. It was not clicking in my mind. I was like, this does not add up. But it does. It does. It does. It was about a year after they started dating. So Jane has a freak off with Cabral / Sly. Okay. And then they had an intense night that night. Teeny, she says, okay, then Sly says to Jane, he says, you were talking so dirty to me. I love it. And Jane's like, yeah, I'm just being friendly. Okay. And after your long hotel night, you saw him out with Gina? Yes, I did. And then he wrote to Jane, texted her, I'm going to be in LA and I'll stay to see you if you want. And Jane said, yeah, he sent that. And then Jane said back to him, it's my birthday weekend and you don't even show me no love. And then Jane, after saying that, kind of sort of guilt tripping, but that's why I said it sounded like something Diddy would have wrote. She's like, send me a video of yourself. Jane said, yeah, I said that. And that night, next question, that night you saw the Italian entertainer who we'll call the entertainer. Jane said, yeah, I saw him that night. And Diddy had taken up with Young Miami. Yes. And you said, if you don't get your butt out of the island, no party. Right. Diddy wrote you a note that you said, hold on. Let me get through this and then we'll go back through. Diddy wrote you a note that said that you said it meant the world to you. You told Christina Karam you wanted to make it cute and romantic. Again, I'm going to go back through and try to collect what's going on. We're just trying to pick up more context here. The Valentine's Day hotel night, having 2 men there, that was your idea? Yeah, after these nights, it was crushing to see these things like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram, Here you are planning to reach out to Diddy and perhaps reach out to the Italian. Can you FaceTime? Okay. So there's a bit of a love octagon. There's a bit of a love octagon going on here. Okay. So let's collect our cast and crew. All right. Who's on the stand? Jane. Jane is on the stand. Diddy has dated other people than Jane, a lot of them at the same time. So he was dating at the same time as Jane, Young Miami, and I guess apparently some overlap also with Gina. Okay. There's apparently more, Jade and a bunch of other names. He's got a bunch of people. Allegedly, according to this testimony. I mean, I don't know. It's according to this testimony. So it seems like also, and this is actually, look, Teeny, I got to give it to her. I think I see where she's going. I do. What is one of Diddy's attempted defenses? He has a swinger's lifestyle. And there's other couples that does this swinging. He's just one of them. And all these people all liked each other. The relations were all consensual. And so that's one of Diddy's attempted defenses. And so I think this is what Teeny is trying to prove. All right. So Diddy has a roster rotating, but that roster that's rotating, including the freak off roster, right? We hear these same people, Don, Sly, the Italian, John, Adi, whatever, right? There's like a roster. They rotate these same ones. Paul, Jules, The Punisher. It's this roster. They rotate them same ones. But it looks now like Gina, at least, was also being seen with Sly. So what does that tell us? Sly was doing probably freak offs with Gina too. If I had to guess, I don't know. Just reading tweets. But there's Gina. It's like that song Freako Leak where he's saying all the names. It's like all those songs, right? Like kind of ruined some of them. But anyway, so you have Gina, you have Jane, you have many others. You have Young Miami. But then you have Sly Cabral. And then you have that Anton guy or Antoine. I don't know how they're pronouncing his name. But Anton/Antoine, he was also seen at another celebrity sex party. Remember? The platonic friend or whatever that Jane testified about. So it's kind of starting to build a picture of the same frequent flyers. Now, what does that actually mean? Does that mean someone can't be coerced? Of course not. Of course not. But you have to lay the foundation. Teeny has a whole nother 2 days. One day and all today. She has a whole nother today and probably a little nugget of a day tomorrow. Maybe she's not going to be done. I don't know. But this is kind of like, now I know. Now I know. You got to watch for the little bricks. These people have patience like I didn't anticipate. All right. So maybe she'll be doing like a Maureen moment. And I just tell y'all this to kind of prepare you for what arguments may be made and to make it make sense. No pun intended, to try to explain why, maybe their motivations. I don't know why. I have no idea why. It's just my thoughts. Y'all are welcome to also share yours. All right. So they're kind of showing, look at all this back and forthing. This is a year after Jane started dating Diddy. And I'm saying it with this tone and stuff, not because I believe it, but just to kind of explain how, get in their mindset. So with that in mind, let's run through these text message exchanges and these incidents that are all going on at the same time. Text messages, December 2021. Right around the same time, a little before this, Jane and Diddy and Sly had a freak off, according to this testimony. Okay. It was intense. Around that same time, December 2021, about a year after Jane starts dating Diddy, he's still dating everybody else. Maybe not Young Miami yet. Maybe yes. I don't know. Yeah, he was. Read these messages December 2021, a year after you started dating Diddy. Had an intense night. He says, hey, baby girl, want me to stay for you in LA? You were talking dirty to me, and I love it. They had recently had a long hotel night together. And you saw him with Gina. Jane said yes. So she sees him out and about with Gina. Maybe they just on a date. Maybe they were doing a freak off. Who knows what they were doing? But Gina, one of Diddy's other exes and an alleged victim in this case in the indictment, she's out and about with Sly. And Sly's like, but listen, Jane, I'll stay in LA for you. And she's like, it's my birthday weekend and you didn't show me any love. Send me a video. And then that very night, Jane hangs out with somebody else. The Italian entertainer. Now, they might just be friends. And Diddy was with Young Miami. So here's Diddy with Young Miami. Here's Jane with an entertainer from Freak Offs. Another entertainer from another Freak Off with Jane is with Gina, who's one of Diddy's girlfriends. So they're all just hanging out, different combinations. And you said, if you don't get your blank out of that island, no party tonight. Oh, excuse me. If you don't get your blank out of that island, no party. Didn't you say that, Jane? I don't know who she said that to. I guess she said that to Sly. Yes, I did say that. Okay, and then Diddy wrote you a note that you said meant the world to you. You told Christina Karam you wanted to make it cute and romantic? Yes. Question, the Valentine's Day hotel night. Having two men there, was that your idea? Jane said it was. It was my idea. But after those nights, it was crushing to see these things. Like Gina posting the love bracelet on Instagram. So Gina got a love bracelet, but so had Jane. And here you are planning to reach out to Diddy and perhaps reach out to the Italian. Jane said, yeah, I was still doing that then. Okay, next question. Then Diddy says, can you FaceTime? Jane said, yeah, that is what he said. And then 10 days later, didn't you have another hotel night? Jane said, I don't know, maybe, possibly. I don't remember. Let me refresh your recollection, Jane. I'm going to refresh your recollection of seeing Diddy and not having a hotel night with him. I don't know what this, she said it certainly did, but we're not getting enough context from this tweet. Let's go to CNN. They have a lot of stuff going on over there. Okay, 3 minutes ago, CNN. I want to read this most recent one because it looks a little like breaking news and a little scandalous. But then we'll go down and catch up with all the pre-court arguments and stuff for CNN too while we're waiting for Inner City Press to do another tweet. But 3 minutes ago, CNN.com said, this is the headline, Jane told Diddy to get another woman to delete a post. Texts in court show. Jane read some March 2022 messages between her and Diddy that occurred after a hotel night. Okay, so we were talking about December 2021. Now we're 4 months later in March 2022. Diddy had recently made her delete a picture of food that she posted that indicated that they were together. Oh, she had posted some food online, like a picture of a plate or whatever. and it made it look like she was with Diddy. But then Diddy was like, take that off your Instagram. Anyway, then Jane, after that whole debacle, they had a hotel night. I don't know if the picture thing happened before or after the hotel night, but they had a hotel night. Diddy had recently made her delete a picture of some food that she posted that indicated that she was with Diddy, and then she deleted it. But then Gina posted a necklace. Oh my God, y'all. Did he buy a jewelry set, and give the ring to one and the necklace to one and the bracelet to one? She saw Gina post a post wearing a necklace, and the necklace perfectly matched the bracelet. And the necklace that Gina posted perfectly matched the bracelet that Diddy had recently given to Jane. So Jane's like, make Gina delete her post. Because if I had to delete something of me having dinner, you weren't even in it, then she should have to delete her post too. In the messages, Jane told Diddy to make Gina delete that post. And Jane accused Diddy of giving her anxiety. Quote, to see these things were deeply hurtful to me, said Jane. Oh, she was mad. Okay, they did talk about the juror. Okay. An hour and a half ago, Jane's testimony should wrap up tomorrow. Lawyers say, well, it better because she's leaving out the country tomorrow. She's expected to take the stand today. She did take the stand today. TENY GARAGOS said she's on track to finish the cross-examination tomorrow. She said she's going to leave plenty of time for prosecutor Maureen Comey to question Jane on redirect, to have Jane off the stand by the end of tomorrow. Judge says he'll handle the request to dismiss one of the jurors tomorrow. The judge is on the bench and is considering whether to dismiss juror number 6. He said he'll handle the issue tomorrow after hearing in writing from both sides. Now, will we hear that in writing? That's remains to be seen. Will we see it ever? Will it be redacted? When will we get it? If we ever get it? I mean, it's just a mystery every single day. If we're going to have public right to court documents or not, respected and honored. I mean, our rights are being violated each and every day, but what's another one here and there? Anyway, prosecutor Maureen Comey said the government was reluctant. Maureen's like, look, Your Honor, we went back and forth on this. It wasn't an easy decision. We know it's a big deal, but we just must. She said after the review, there, quote, appeared to be a lack of candor with the court, aka he lied. She lied, they lied, whoever it is. Now, Diddy's lawyer quips back, accusing the government of a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. Could be. I don't know. We have to see the arguments if we ever see them. 42 minutes ago, Jane is back on the stand. TENY GARAGOS resumes cross-examination. 27 minutes ago, quote, you have me feeling so taken advantage of, Jane told Diddy after a 3-day hotel night. She testified that the longest hotel night she could remember was around New Year's 2022. Okay, so this is like that December 2021. Remember, we just heard those text messages. This is about a year after she starts dating Diddy. Only about 6 months after she started doing the hotel nights, maybe 8 months after she started doing them. She testified the longest one she ever did was around that time, New Year's 2022. She said it lasted about 3 days and it involved 3 men. She said after New Year's, she saw on social media, Diddy went on a vacation with Gina. Jane read out loud a message she sent him in January that year after New Year, just a month after. She expressed her frustration about the trip. after, quote, "We had such an amazing New Year's week together. You have me feeling so taken advantage of and regretting everything." She testified she considered breaking up with Diddy after this necklace incident. Ooh, okay. All right. Okay. Now we're piecing together who she texted. Ooh, okay. Jane persuaded Diddy to leave a trip with another woman by threatening to withhold a hotel night. So she was like, when she was like, if you don't get your blank off that island, I think she might have been talking to Diddy. TENY GARAGOS has returned to the time period after Jane's birthday in 2022. So this is February 2022. So they're kind of going through in order, right? There was the December 2021 where they were all different ones were together. Then there was January 2022, where the one we just read, where Jane is like, you have me feeling so taken advantage of. We had such a good New Year's week together, and now I'm just regretting everything. And now and then her birthday happened in February. Remember, there was 3 men. Diddy was like, oh, we don't have to have a freak off. And then she gets there and it's a freak off. But then she goes to the suite and it's a cake and balloons and all that. And she thinks, oh, good, we're done. And then boom, here in comes another one. And no one even says a word. And they just start going. And then another one comes again, a third one. So that all happened 2022. February. And again, this is all boom, boom, boom. Like the New Year's thing, there was a freak off. The birthday, there's a freak off. There's just freak off, freak off, freak off. So now we're in February 2022. Jane previously testified that she and Diddy had a hotel night on her birthday, and she got upset after she saw Diddy on vacation with another woman for her birthday shortly after. Remember, Diddy was like, we celebrated for your birthday. Now let me celebrate with my other woman how I feel like. Jane testified that she made Diddy come home from that vacation a day early. She said, if you don't come here now, we're not going to do anything that you want to do. And so TENY GARAGOS was like, question, did you tell Diddy that he wasn't going to have a Valentine's Day party? That you weren't going to have a Valentine's Day party with him if he didn't come home right now? And Jane said, yep, sure did. Quote, that was the first time I pulled that card. After her birthday, remember she said she was pissed because she didn't want to have a freak off and then ended up having a 3-man freak off back to back to back. It was the first time she pulled that card. The hotel night card? Yes, Jane responded. She said she organized a hotel night after Diddy left his vacation early. So it was like a reward. She was just so mad he was out there with somebody else. She's like, I got to lure him back with a hotel night. That's what's being, I guess, argued. She said she organized a hotel night after Diddy left vacation early. She confirmed that she planned a hotel night for Valentine's Day that year. And this is right, her birthday's in February. So this is like right after she just had that other one. Jeez. She confirmed that she planned a hotel night for Valentine's Day that year after Diddy left the vacation he was on with another woman early. She said she decorated the hotel room with rose petals and, oh my gosh, this is reminding me of that video of Diddy has a video walking through a hotel room with rose petals and candles everywhere. And I think it was when he was with Cassie. But she said she decorated the hotel room. Jane did with rose petals, and she planned to have 2 entertainers in the room at one time. Oh my God. She acknowledged and admitted it was her idea to have the 2 at once. And it was her first time ever doing that. Cool. She was trying to get him off that vacation. She was like, hell or high water, you're spending Valentine's Day with me, buddy. Okay, this one we already read. Jane told Diddy to make Gina delete her picture of the necklace that matched her bracelet. She said it was hurtful. Jane told Diddy, not really in the mood for that. She confirmed that she and Diddy went about 2 months one time without having a hotel night. After that Valentine's night with the two at the same time, she said, I've had enough the whole month of February. That's plenty. Thank you. For 2 months, they didn't do nothing with the hotel nights. But they did spend time together several days during that period of time. But then on Juneteenth that year, Diddy suggested he and Jane have a hotel night. Jane said, not really in the mood for that part. Don't want to make you mad. He said, all good. And then he suggested they do a role play scenario. Jane said, okay, can we just have a movie night where we watch footage of ourselves from our past escapades, please? Let's go to Inner City Press. Ew. Okay, I'm not reading that. SUL text message comes from Diddy to Jane. And they're SULly texting. Okay. And then Diddy says, call Italian. Or Paul is free. Okay, so Diddy wants to do a SUL thing. And he tells to Jane, call the Italian entertainer. But then Diddy goes, or Paul is free. Paul, another entertainer. The trifecta, the Kobe. Is he Kobe? No, she's Kobe. Paul is, was it LeBron? I don't know who Paul is. Shaq. Paul is Shaquille O'Neal. And Diddy is Michael Jordan, the trifecta. So Diddy's like, to Jane, Diddy's like, call the Italian entertainer. Or Paul, aka Shaquille O'Neal, is free. And then Jane she did the thumbs up on the Paul is free. He gave you a choice and you chose, ooh, girl. It's not really a choice if one of the choices is call Italian, right? Like, that's the choice. That's the choice. Call Italian. Oh, if you don't want to call Italian, you don't have to call anyone, but Paul's coming. It's like, if this is what they're about to rest their case on, they're in trouble. This is not a choice. I mean, I see the little, well, technically, she was probably so annoying in middle school. Well, technically, professor, like that was this girl. He gave you a choice, right? That's what or means, right? That's a choice. Yeah, sure, but it wasn't meaningful. Okay, anyway, so Diddy responds. He told Paul, 11 p.m., is that okay? And let's watch movies, those types first. Didn't he say that? I told Paul, 11, is that okay? Paul has already been told 11. Can she really say no? No, that's not okay. Tell him 11:20. No, she's just going to be like, okay. And let's watch, movies together first, right? That's what he responded, right? Yes. He said, London Hotel. What would you get? Uh-oh, now we're getting to the whips. Oh, whips like that. I thought she was talking about the nitro. Beep. Okay. He says London Hotel. And next question. What would you get, Jane? She said stripper shoes, shorts, maybe whips. Why shorts? Jane said, I was really turned off by their shorts. So I got other shorts for them. The shorts they were wearing gave her the ick. Okay. It was not so fun to wait for them to be. Oh, girl. Jane said, it wasn't really a fun, Teeny, I don't know if you know this or not, but it really wasn't a fun part of my job to have to wait for them to become aroused. So I started to also gather things up for them. So just to move it along faster. And I got substances for them, but they sold that just at the store where they sold the everything else she was picking up. All right. So next question. The next day, okay, sorry, I was reading through the tweet. It's just a lot going on, and it's just no context. So I have to try to like piece it together. Okay, so Teeny says, all right, you were gonna go pick up shorts. You got some pills for them to become, faster, excited faster. The next day, Diddy said, want to do dinner at 9? Bring the freak bag just in case. Jane said, right, like lingerie and the rest of the stuff. Yeah. But you didn't have a freak night. Let me refresh your recollection. And this exhibit is under seal. He says, I'm about to work out with Paul. Girl. He might have liked it, Paul. Okay, this was the trio, the trifecta, the Michael Jordan, Shaq, and Kobe. Paul is the trainer. I'm about to work out with Paul, Diddy said. Then I want to see you. Okay, Jane's like, yeah, I mean, there was probably like a FaceTime between those two or something, but yeah, I mean, I guess that sounds, yeah. Okay, next question. Then Diddy says, did you want to hit Italian? And Jane said, yeah, he said that. And the answer was, I didn't want to. Okay, then Diddy said, Paul is all we need. And you say, LOL. What do you say? Jane said, I'll go to the store unless you get a head start. What did that mean? Teeny asked. Jane said, like, go to the hotel ahead of me. Maybe she said, I'll go to the store and let you get a head start. Yeah, this person's like, the dialogue has to be missing some words. It's confusing. Yeah, it is confusing, but we'll get some more context as we're reading through the other sources. So he's like, do you want to hit up that other guy? Because remember, they had like 2, at one time before. And I don't remember which 2 it was on the roster, but it was the Valentine's date or whatever. And Diddy's like, you want to hit up that other guy too? And Jane is like, I did not want to. And then Diddy's like, all right, cool. That's fine. Paul is all we need. Jane's like, LOL. I'll go to the store. And then something about you getting a head start. Teeny goes, what do you mean? Jane said, like, he'd go to the hotel ahead of me. But then didn't you spend several days at his home? Jane's like, I don't know, maybe. I have no idea. All we need is Paul. All right. A completely out of nowhere, brand new question. New question. You really did love him, right? Jane said, yeah. Do you remember seeing Diddy September 9th, 2022 and not having a hotel night? Jane said, I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe. Now do you see? Okay, so she refreshes her recollection. And she says, now do you see you saw him, but no hotel night? Jane said, no, that is incorrect. What about that surprise witness's birthday? Teeny said, did you see him on September 4th? Jane said, yeah, then we took a jet to Vegas. He performed, and we did have a hotel night with an entertainer. So after the party, it's the after party, after the hotel lobby, hit the lobby, this and that and the other. And he is having a freak off with an entertainer after he performed. Did you see him? But no hotel night. Jane said, no, incorrect, wrong. Okay, fine. What about September 4th? Yeah, that we did actually have a hotel night, Teeny. Yeah, we did have a hotel night that night, actually. Trying to do your gotcha. We have one new update from CNN. Quote, last night was amazing. Jane texted after a hotel night, according to messages read in court. She read out loud messages between her and Diddy from July 2022. So they're just going through. They're just barging ahead in the year. Okay. So there was like 2 months where they didn't have a freak off after February. Then June, they started freaking off again. July 2022, now they're in. After exchanging explicit SUL text messages, Diddy texted Jane to call a specific entertainer. And then Diddy said, or Paul is free. Jane liked the message about Paul, one of the entertainers they frequently saw, and she testified that she understood that Diddy was giving her an option between the two men. In later messages, Diddy relayed details about the time and the location and said, is that cool? The day after that, Jane texted to Diddy, last night was amazing. The self-help books that Diddy is reading. Okay, girl, I've been wondering, what are they all reading? Oh my Lord, look at what he's reading. A magic book, y'all. He's reading a book about magic. This was from the Washington Post. Diddy held a small orange book in court Tuesday, raising plenty of curiosity about the title. It was called The Magic of Believing by Claude M. Bristol. According to people with knowledge of his reading habits, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to them? I don't know who told them this. First published in 1948 to help soldiers returning from World War II process their trauma. The book describes itself as an exploration of the secrets behind harnessing the unlimited energies of the subconscious. Diddy has been delving into the self-help genre since September, since his arrest on ST and other federal charges, and this could put him in prison for life if convicted. A person familiar with Diddy said Diddy had also recently read another book called The Slight Edge, Turning Simple Disciplines into Massive Success and Happiness. The book outlines how some people make dream after dream come true. I'm going to tell y'all how to do it. It's the Lord, and always just trying to do the right thing every time you can. That's how you do it. Anyway, but other people continue dreaming and spend their lives building dreams for someone else. One of the book's authors, Jeff Olson, was sued by the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, for allegedly running a pyramid scheme. So he's reading the pyramid scheme men's books. Long after the book was published, Olson ultimately prevailed in the lawsuit, though. The court noted that some of the practices of his company were problematic and misleading. So that's not the book he's reading today, though. Today he's reading a magic book, The Magic of Believing by Claude M. Bristol. An hour ago, we get updates from the Washington Post from Anne Brannigan. Jane's testimony poses a conundrum for jurors. On Tuesday, yesterday, a crucial prosecution witness was cross-examined about the love she said she still feels for Diddy, even as she delivers testimony that could help send him to prison for decades. She dated Diddy from 2021, the beginning of 2021, through August 2024. She's using the name Jane She answered questions about hotel nights and freak-offs in which she had relations with male escorts, entertainers at Combs' behest. She also testified about money and gifts that he would give her, including $150,000 in wire transfers over 3 years, $10,000 monthly. He would pay her rent that costed $10,000 a month. She also said she grew concerned. She testified to this over Diddy's substance and alcohol use, and she believed Diddy had a cluck fetish. When it comes to what jurors will make of this testimony, Jane's expressed love for Diddy could actually be seen as undermining elements of her ST accusations. This raises questions about how she could feel affection for a man that she says violated and exploited her. Generally, the defense has sought to amplify. Y'all, I got to tell y'all what I learned about making zombies, okay? If you know, you know. I can't get into it right now, but anyway. Generally, the defense, that's Diddy's side, has sought to amplify suggestions that Diddy's alleged victims. So they've been trying to amplify. They've been trying to push the notion that these alleged victims, actually consented and also controlled aspects of these freak-offs. Alternatively, Jane's testimony could persuade some jurors that she's an honest witness. No personal or financial incentive to exaggerate her claims. She testified he's still paying her rent. Right. That's the thing. There's two sides of the coin there. Are the jurors going to say, look, she's got some audacity coming out here and testifying against this man that's paying her rent $10,000 a month? She's got some audacity to come out here. Why would she come out here and lie? She's not suing him. She's never sued him. The last witness maybe did send a demand letter, but this one didn't even do that. So I could see how it's a little conundrum. The blandification of Diddy. Yeah, he's like dressed like a grandpa now. He has attended every day of his trial, but there's been no sign of the attention-seeking, stunt-making bad boy he played in public before his arrest. It's probably all in books he's read. Tinted window vehicles whisk the defendant between the Brooklyn jail, where he is held without bail, and a Manhattan courthouse. He sits for hours in a courtroom where news cameras are barred, in a bland shirt and a sweater combo, leaving sketch artists to decipher personality from his smallest reactions. Once a king of the A-list party scene, Diddy is now scrutinized to the inch based on his eyes. One of the sketch artists in the courtroom focuses on his eyes, while another homes in on the muscles around his mouth. Yet another one said, the other artist said that Diddy has expressive eyebrows. Most said his face was hard to draw. Most. So 2 out of the 3. There's not much else to work with. Under the court rules, Diddy must wear innocuous clothing and laceless shoes. He is relegated to pulling chairs out for his lawyers or handing one the occasional note. When he once or twice turned his head to the jury and nodded during a witness testimony, the judge rebuked him. It was more than twice. It's been happening for the whole trial. That's what NBC reported. They said a lot of people were saying that, including the sketch artists, but go off. Anyway, compare this to other powerful men who have been tried in the same cluster of federal buildings. It's the same courthouse as Donald Trump was found liable for abuse in the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit and for defaming her the next year. Throughout those trials, Trump shared his thoughts on social media posts and news conferences, even verbose statements that drew criticism and fines. He was fined. From federal judge, when Harvey Weinstein's first trial was held at a state court building next door, the Hollywood producer would pull up daily in a fleet of SUVs. Diddy has attracted more attention for his visibly graying goatee than anything else he's done or said since the trial began. But last Thursday, as O'Neill reported, he made a rare courtroom statement when he turned to one of the sketch artists and complained that she made him look like a koala bear. Y'all, she said I went home and looked at pictures of koalas and I saw what he meant. Oh my God. Diddy said last Thursday, he made a rare courtroom statement when he turned to one of the sketch artists and complained that she made him look like a koala bear. And she went home and looked at pictures of koala bears and said, I saw what he meant. That's funny. Juror accused of lack of candor by prosecutors. Prosecutors seem to have requested that a juror be kicked off the jury. Before they entered Wednesday morning, before the jury did, Diddy's attorney said they were adamantly against removing the person, calling it a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. But then the feds were like, no, we researched this juror in question and we saw what appeared to be a lack of candor with the court, and it raises serious issues. She added she only very reluctantly put those findings in a letter to the judge, which has not been made public. And will it? That's the question. We first learned of the juror issue on Monday, 2 days ago, when the judge asked for the lead counsels to come into his robing room. The conversation is under seal, but the attorneys soon walked back into the courtroom and huddled with their teams. The floor was buzzing, and Diddy seemed engrossed in the conversation. No one knew what the private meeting was about at the time, but the drama over the juror has been trickling out in bits and pieces ever since. 33 minutes ago, Wesley Parnell, Washington Post. Defense lawyer TENY GARAGOS is asking Jane about text messages she sent Diddy during a temporary breakup in 2022. Okay. Jane said previously that this break came after a particularly rough freak off where she felt that Diddy forced her to have relations for hours. Quote, if it was as toxic as you were saying, you were welcome to leave. Diddy texted this to Jane in a message that TENY GARAGOS read out loud in court. A later text from Jane to Diddy helped the couple reconnect. Oh, so she was saying this to Diddy. It's my birthday weekend, and you ain't shown me no love. A later text from Jane. Okay, so they broke up. And Diddy's like, if it was as toxic as you were saying, you were welcome to leave. So then they broke up, I guess. And then Jane reached back out to him. How are you? It's my birthday. Where's my present? She didn't say that. She said, you ain't showing me no love. 17 minutes ago, Washington Post. Jane, this is Anne Brannigan. Jane and Diddy met up without having freak-offs for a 2-month span in 2022. It's a small detail for the defense team to tease out, considering the countless marathon-length freak-offs and hotel nights Jane and other witnesses have described during this trial. But maybe Diddy's attorney is hoping that this is going to chip away at the prosecution's assertion that this was a transactional and fraudulent relationship where Diddy coerced Jane to perform sex parties against her will. I mean, I still don't feel like I've gotten the explanation. Like, what's the difference between a party and a hotel night? Okay, Jane would often buy matching shorts for Diddy and the male entertain. Why? She would often buy matching shorts so Diddy and the male entertainer would match. What? She also purchased arousal supplements for the men from gas stations. This was according to her testimony so that she could spend less time prepping the men. She previously testified that she would be forced to perform foreplay for hours, and it really, and quote, it was really not fun. It was really not so fun having to wind up these guys. The defense is likely trying to suggest Jane was complicit in the freak-offs. Nine minutes ago, Anne Brannigan, one of Jane's preferred partners for the freak-offs, was a man named Paul. If I had to do what I had to do, at least there was somebody who had a warm energy about them. She testified on Tuesday under the name Jane. Turns out Paul was also one of Diddy's personal trainers. Oh no. I hope Teeny is not going. I hope this defense team is not going where I think they're going. I ain't even going to say it. Oh man. Okay. I wish I could speak freely, but here we are. It turns out Paul was also one of Diddy's personal trainers. According to yesterday's testimony, he would role play as Shaquille O'Neal in the trio's SEX fantasies, where Jane was Kobe Bryant. I don't know why she was pretending to be a man. I thought it was just a funny nickname, like haha, kiki, hee hee. I didn't know they were role playing as these people. I want to timestamp this right here if Mustard's in the chat. If Mustard's not in the chat, I'll just be able to come back and search it. But I just had a okay. Okay. Jane was Kobe Bryant. Diddy was Michael Jordan. That was so weird. I don't really understand that. I need the transcript. 4 minutes ago, we are again, this is Wesley Parnell on Washington Post. He said, we are again hearing testimony so explicitly sexual and graphic that we cannot publish it. It's just against the guidelines of the Washington Post. We can't even say it. Lawyers for Diddy are trying to emphasize the positive or the romantic aspects of this nearly 4-year-long relationship. And I guess that means reading out loud their sexual texts about their weird fantasies. Jane acknowledges texting hotel night was fun. This is CNN 9 minutes ago. But she says the feelings were directed at Diddy only. The jury saw more texts between Diddy and Jane from about a week later in July 2022. In the messages, Diddy suggested another hotel night a week later with Paul or another entertainer. So Diddy's like, I'm ready. Ew. Ew. Lord have mercy. Okay, so she just did a freak off a week ago, and now it's time to do it again. July 2022. Diddy said, let's go with Paul or this other guy. Jane's like, I was kind of icked out by a boo-boo the other entertainer had. He had a boo-boo. Now, does that mean a sore? Does that mean a wound? Or does that mean he pooped? Because boo-boo can mean more than one thing. I don't know if y'all know. Maybe she won't call it a sore. I don't know, girl. What's the boo-boo? Vote in the chat. I don't know. Anyway, so Diddy's like, yeah, ew, no, not him. So then they just got the trainer, Paul. Is he going to testify? How about that forced labor, huh? The trainer and also free. Whoo! Jane testified, Diddy only really gave her a choice between 2 entertainers, and one of them had a boo-boo, whatever that is. So she really didn't have an option to skip the hotel night. She got 2 options. It was like a sales tactic. He probably learned it from them MLM guys he's reading from. It's a false choice is what it's called. It's not really a choice. You're doing a freak off. You don't have a choice to do that. You can choose. You want the guy with the boo-boo or the personal trainer. Jane also confirmed she thought she might recall having spent a few days just with Diddy after the late July hotel night. But she's been saying that. She says, yeah, we would sometimes spend time together after. She confirmed that she and Diddy did have another hotel night at her home in August 2022. The next day, she texted Diddy saying that was so much fun, baby. She then sent a long message about how much she loved him and appreciated him. My love for you is unconditional and for life, she wrote. She confirmed that she sent these messages after a hotel night, but she testified that the feelings she was expressing were only directed to Diddy. They weren't directed to those freak off weirdos. Less than a minute ago, we get an update from CNN. Jane said she wanted Diddy to take her out. I'm asking if he could please romance me outside of a hotel room. So this is the next year. So now we've gone through about a year, more than a year of their goings on. February. We're in February 2023. Jane texted Diddy asking if he could send her something for her birthday festivities. She wanted $15,000 for an outfit and dinner for her and her friends. And Diddy gave it to her. She later, who wired it? That's what I want to know. She later traveled to Miami to celebrate her birthday with Diddy. She texted him asking if Nobu was the only dinner option. Why does she want another option? Because this one is inside a hotel and they were staying at the hotel. All right. If you're keeping track with the zombie-ification of it all, I need to know, does Nobu have the puffer fish? She texted him asking if Nobu is the only option for dinner. She suggested to try something different. She testified she was trying to get out of the hotel. Quote, I'm asking if he could please romance me outside of hotel rooms. The jury saw pictures of them eating at Nobu. Nope. You're going to sit right there and eat Nobu. Diddy basically said with his actions. This is interesting. 3 hours ago, NBC News said the defense is seeking to show another side of Diddy. The defense has all but conceded Diddy regularly abused girlfriends and those around him, but now they're just highlighting the seemingly unfathomable affection the former partners had for him, despite the violence he inflicted. In between revealing details of Diddy's terrible mistreatment of her, Jane also said she enjoyed giving him foot rubs, cuddling with him, watching Dateline, accepting allegedly loving nickname Substance Pipe. In closing arguments, surely the government is going to argue and lean on their earlier testimony by Dawn Hughes to make sense of these wild ups and downs that the girlfriends endured. Jane back on the stand, one of 4 alleged victims at the center of the prosecution's racketeering conspiracy and ST case against Diddy. Her testimony is part of the government's effort to show that Diddy orchestrated a sprawling criminal enterprise to fulfill his sexual desires. Diddy appears to speak to someone in the audience. Before court began, Diddy was standing up toward the audience in the courtroom. He was wearing a light orange sweater and khaki pants, and he seemed to be mouthing words to someone in the courtroom. Is he allowed to do that? Government seeking removal of juror. It's not exactly clear what's driving the prosecution's bid, besides just, quote, lack of candor. We were very reluctant. Oh, we get a quote. This is a quote of what the prosecutors said this morning about Juror 6. We were very reluctant to put in this letter. It appeared to be a lack of candor with the court that raises serious issues with us. We did not want to do this. We were compelled to do that. So they got some info, y'all. They didn't want to have to do it. The issue was brought up outside the presence of jurors yesterday as well. And defense lawyer Alexandra Shapiro said her side is opposed to removing the juror, who is Black, and wants a chance to respond to the prosecution's request. But this is a quote from Alexandra Shapiro. But if the government is going to put in a letter, we'd like the opportunity to be heard, either in writing or tomorrow morning. Now, this is a transcript from yesterday. Oh, I wish I could afford the transcripts. They're like $500 or something a day. 3, 2, something, a lot. Jane testifies she initiated some freak-offs. This is 35 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. Defense lawyers have presented exhibits in court suggesting Jane initiated some of the freak-offs with Diddy at a hotel. Lawyers entered as evidence photos of a room with rose petals and balloons decorated by Jane. When asked if she suggested a hotel night with 2 other men at the same time, Jane said, yes. This is a quote. Quote, yes, that was my suggestion. Combs was excited about that, Jane said in court. She says she'll, quote, never take this for granted. After a late August 2022 freak off with Diddy and Paul, Jane testified she told. Also, I think this is inadvertently Diddy's side is like accidentally starting to kind of show how maybe Diddy really was just hiring a bunch of people to just be his, what they call it, demi-mall, whatever they called it yesterday, like a, is it called a harem? Like, what's it called? Like a, what's it called? I don't know. But it's not even the prosecution doing this. It's like this TENY GARAGOS questioning is making me realize like Paul's just around like, well, he's an employee. He's getting dragged in. Like, it's like he's hiring people just to do freak offs with Jane and maybe, I don't know who else, Gina. I don't know if he's doing freak offs with other people. Late August 2022. So this is about a year and a half or close, coming up on 2 years into their relationship. Jane and Diddy. August 2022, they have a hotel night with Paul. And they're calling him an S worker, but he's the physical trainer as well. Anyway, they do their little thing or whatever. And Jane testified that she told Diddy how much she appreciated the encounters. She texted Diddy, she's having so much fun. I will never take this for granted, and I will always make sure you are taken care of. The defense, Diddy's lawyers, want to cast these SUL encounters as consensual acts, not part of any criminal enterprise. Okay, but what about Paul being an employee? I hope they drill down on that point. Diddy sent $13,000 to Jane for her birthday celebration in 2023, February 2023. Jane acknowledged the money was for an outfit and her friends who wanted to celebrate over dinner in LA. Jane said the birthday dinner was okay, but not great. And she originally asked Diddy for $15,000. And you had a really great dinner, didn't you? I mean, it was okay. Woo! This is another, unless it's supposed to say Carisha and they just misspelled it, but this is what I'm saying. Like, we just learn new names all the time. Diddy was also with Kalisha at the time, whose birthday was around the same date as hers. Maybe Carisha. We got a new update from CNN. Jane received any type of affection from Diddy with open arms. This is like, remember whenever they got somebody in the Game of Thrones, Reek? I don't even remember his real last name. I'm so traumatized. They like basically like turned him into like he was one of them ones, House of something. And they did all kinds of stuff. They tortured him. They, cut off parts of his, and all that and stuff. And they basically just turned him into like this, like, I don't know, brainwash. I don't know what the word is for it. I think that's part of the issue is that like we haven't come together to like come up with the new word for it that doesn't have all this background baggage of stuff. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about? I have to know. I'm feeling like, am I losing my mind? Do y'all remember the Game of Thrones? Theon, Greyjoy, my girl. Yes. Okay. Right. Thank you. Okay. Doesn't this kind of remind you of that? Theon Greyjoy, like the names that are actually kind of freaking offensive, the marathon, like physical torture, all that. Like, does that remind you of, like, his mind was for, yeah, Reek. I remembered Reek. But I did not remember Theon. Greyjoy. Well, that's appropriate. Yeah, I mean, but if you say this, Maya, they act like, it's fake or something. Oh, hold on. My camera died. Ha! Okay, hold on. Let me plug my camera back in. Doo-doo-doo. Ah! Hold on. I gotta plug in my camera. Stand by. Girl, my camera's all the way dead. She died. Okay. Okay, can y'all hear me? The camera's charging. It'll come back on probably in like a minute or whatever, but at least this thing's still up. Okay. Oh my God. I'm a faceless channel. Yeah, they said cut. No, that was my fault. Nola Boy said, love the live entertainment. That's how y'all know I don't have no team over here. I don't have no manager. I don't have no production studio. I don't have no production team. Okay. Over here on these lives. The camera's plugged in. It's on. It's gonna turn back on. I gotta get its little battery up. Girl, I ran that thing dead. That thing was on fumes. And it's been on like all morning. Okay, it's plugged in. It's gonna come back on. Let me just put up a little note. The angel said, nope, time out. Hold on. Okay. Y'all have to use your imagination. Okay, so Jane received any type of affection from Diddy with open arms. She said she, quote, went along with it when Diddy said he had entertainment planned after the 2023 birthday dinner. Quote, my circumstances were my options in this relationship. Let me just do this because if people come in here, they're going to be like, the camera don't work. Like, girl, I know. Eek. Hold on. All right. So this CNN.com, my circumstances were my options in this relationship. If I see him, there is a request for a hotel night. So I'm just adapting to my circumstances. I'm adapting to my environment. Oh, that's a good way to put that. So yes, there were moments I suggest or organize things under the pressure of my lover. Yes. Teeny showed the jury a photo that was taken after Diddy gifted Jane a Van Cleef necklace and bracelet for her birthday. Jane testified that she had just received those gifts, taken an EX pill, and was waiting for an entertainer to join them. She took the photo because she was so excited. She said, girl, Teeny, quote, any type of affection at this point in my life that I received from Sean, I received it with open arms. Jane testified. She said she was happy to be wrapped up in her lover's arms in that moment. Okay, now we're back on Inner City Press. I think it takes like 5 minutes to charge, so probably another 3 minutes. This is a good camera, though. Shout out to this camera. It was my fault, y'all. I just like unplugged it because last night I was like, oh, I want to unplug it so it can like, basically like take his bra off or whatever, I want to unplug it so it can rest. It can have a rest. It's like, should have kept that thing plugged in. All right. So the last question, they were at my birthday. Remember, now it's my birthday. They were celebrating for my birthday with a freak off. I didn't ask for that. Look at them. September 4th. We took a jet to Vegas. He performed, and then we had a hotel night with an entertainer. Do you remember seeing him on September 20th and not having a hotel night? Jane said, I'm not sure. Okay, fine. Let me show you this. Does it refresh your recollection? Jane said, I guess I did, girl. Guess I saw it. Okay, next question. Did Diddy pay for your birthday dinner? Yes. What was the restaurant name? Jane said, I don't know. I don't remember. And you had a great time, didn't you? Jane said, I had an okay time. Boom. Okay, next question. You write, is Nobu the only place? How about something outside of the hotel? Jane said, yeah, he conveniently put me in a hotel with the Nobu. I suggested Poppy's Steaks. That's a nice restaurant in Miami. Jane said, so I've heard. Ooh, pew, 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 pew. That's a nice restaurant in Miami, isn't it? Jane said, so I've heard. Not that Diddy ever took me there. That was a good one. Okay, next question. Valentine's Day, the year before. He was in a different country. You wrote, get your blank back from that island, didn't you? Jane said, yeah. And then at the Nobu Hotel, you just accepted it? Jane said, I guess I would say I went along with it. Teeny goes, okay, but before you said accepted. She said, my stuttering was trying to find the right word for the pressure I felt. Do you mean agitation? Jane said, yeah, I guess. Yeah, agitated. Yeah. Okay. Next question. You said he gave you a birthday gift. A necklace? Yes. Did you take this photo? Yep. And they put the photo in under seal. It was a Van Cleef necklace? Yes. And what is that? She didn't say you probably got one. She said it's a jewelry brand. It's high end. And that photo had already taken substances, girl. Any type of affection from Diddy made me smile. So she's like, girl, I was on drugs. Shut up. And you took a mirror selfie, didn't you? Jane goes, unfortunately, yeah. Diddy gave the entertainer a protection that night, didn't he? Oh, hold on, I lost my spot. Sorry about the camera, y'all. That was my bad. I just didn't plug it in. It's plugged in right now. It's charging. Let me make sure. Yeah, it is. It's charging. Don't worry. We're working on a charge. Let me go around the back and make sure I have it on the on. Now I don't know which one's on and which one's off. Oh, it's on. Yay. Okay, we're back. We're back. Did you miss me? I know I shouldn't have kept you waiting, but I'm here now. Okay. I want to know, does Nobu have puffer fish? That's what I want to know after what I learned about zombifying people. Okay. And also rebuke. Because we probably cousins, so don't try to sick your ancestors on me because guess what? They probably like me better. Thank you. Anyway, Sean gave the entertainer a protection that night, didn't he? Jane said, yeah. Are these your texts with Sly/Cabral who ended up, extorting them? She said, I was on drugs. It was 2:40 in the morning, Teeny, for God's sake. So it was nighttime on the East Coast. Jane's like, yeah. And next question. You invite Sly over for the next day? But the drugs would have worn off by then, wouldn't they? Yep. And that's when you give the, y'all. I was up till 2 in the morning learning about this zombifying stuff. Because it's like rounds you have to do. I'm going to make a video. I think I have to make a whole I think I have to make a documentary, actually. Okay, so the next day you invite Cabral over, but you know that EX would have been wore off. She said, yeah, Teeny, I don't know if you caught this part, girl. In these nights, I would take the X pills repeatedly and I would stay up for days. That's how I did it. I didn't take one X pill and stay up 4 days. You stupid. Okay, fine. Next question. You say you will book his travel for the next day, don't you? Yes. And what did you write her? Her? Here. What did you write here? It probably says. Jane said, I wrote, I appreciate everything you did for my birthday. I want to give you everything you want on Valentine's Day. What did that mean? Jane said, I meant the necklace. Try to keep up, Teeny. Everything you did, you did. Try to keep up, Teeny. So what I meant was the necklace he bought and the relations I had with him. Only with regard to him. How would I even tell him thank you for somebody else doing something? Okay, then you send him photos of your guys in the hotel room. I don't know what that is. Your guys? Yes. You didn't tell him you didn't like it until after you saw him with Carisha and Turks and Caicos. Isn't that right? So you all of a sudden started not liking it, Jane, after you saw Diddy on a trip with Carisha. That was when you decided you didn't like it. Or at least that's when you told him. She said, yeah, but that I told him because I was so hurt. It was very hurtful. After enduring what I endured. But you reached out to Cabral, right? Jane said, yeah, under the pressure of my lover. Okay, question. You asked him and he gave the man a protection? Jane said, yeah, at the very last minute. And thank God. And you wrote to him, I loved and appreciated every detail you put into my B-Day? She said, yeah, I wrote that to him with regard to him. You wrote that to Diddy. You stopped talking to him? Jane said, yeah, I was heartbroken. That's when she flew to Paris. So she already testified about all this. She already testified about this in her direct examination, but now Teeny's coming back through and trying to clean up some of that stuff, trying to add. And listen, what I will say about Teeny, as much as, she comes from a family that doesn't appear to have any morals, that are all probably going to hell. She was born into that family. What's she really going to do? And what's she going to do with this case? I mean, it's a pile of shit, poop. It's a pile of poop, this case. This uphill battle. What's she really going to do? What's she really going to do? So she says, okay, so you write a message to Diddy. This is, I know y'all are going to ask, this is 832 Creme Cup, CREME, Maximal Sleek Mac. I loved and appreciated every detail you put into my birthday, but then she stopped talking to him. She says, because she was heartbroken. She's like, I flew to Paris Fashion Week. Bye. You enjoyed that? Yes. Okay. Next question. This is a text message chain between you and Diddy, March 2023. So this is, I just want to know when the last date of things was. It's like every year around her birthday, they having issues. They've been having issues the whole time they dated. Okay. This is a text message exchange between Jane and Diddy, March 2023. On the 2nd, he wrote, sorry I called you a B word. I deserve this. Love. Yeah, that's what he wrote. Then he wrote, when can you come to Turks? Because he knew that's what she wanted. So she basically ghosts him. She starts stonewalling or whatever you want to call it, gray walling, gray blocking, no contact, whatever. She goes no contact. And he starts, having the urges. He says, "Sorry I called you a B. I deserve this. Love." Then he says, "When can you come to Turks?" You sent him a heart emoji and wrote, "What we have is special." Jane said, "Yep, sure did." And the budget for your trip was $100,000? Jane said, "Yeah." And he spent $55,000? Jane said, "I don't know." Teeny, please. You think I was sitting there adding up with a calculator at the end of every dinner and every shopping trip? No, I don't know. If we can ask your client, stupid. I get the Amex bill. The budget for your trip was $100,000. He spent $55,000. Jane said, "I don't know." You felt like he didn't like you? Oh, question. You felt like Diddy didn't like you up and leaving to Paris? Jane's like, "No, it's not that I felt that way. He didn't like it. He, in fact, and indeed did not like it. He didn't like it." Okay. And you went to the Mandarin Oriental and watched pornography with Diddy? Yes, I did, she said. And then Diddy asked you about bringing Don. And she's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Yes," but it was like given the situation. And you said if you had known Paul was going to be there in Turks and Caicos, you wouldn't have gone? Jane said, "No, I would not have gone if I knew Paul was going to be there. No, I would not." Did you write to Cabral from there and invite him also to come there? She said, "Yeah, under the encouragement of my partner." So they talked about bringing Don. Paul was already there. And then they trying to get Cabral. Do you remember telling Paul? Remember, Paul is the person, Diddy's personal trainer, allegedly, one of them. And also he's a S worker doing FOs. Like this is a big piece of the RICO. I didn't even really notice that much. TENY GARAGOS, Diddy's own lawyer, is the one that's making me think of it. It's like this little backup S worker. Do you remember telling Paul, that's him, you had let Diddy go too far and it was your fault? They left us on a cliffhanger, huh? So Jane is over here talking, gossiping with Paul. Okay. And again, I'm wondering if this might have happened in a different time. Do you remember telling Paul that you had let, so Jane is sitting over here gossiping, chit-chatting. Now they're usually being directed by Diddy to do freak off activities. This is the trifecta. Paul, Diddy, Jane. So Jane and Paul are gossiping about Diddy. Jane said, "I let him go too far." And then Teeny wants to take a break. All right, let's go see where our other updates are coming through. Okay, Jane said she was hurt after being made to have relations with 3 guys. But she did text Diddy still to say she loved her birthday. The jury saw a text message that Jane sent to Diddy after her birthday celebration. During the celebration, Jane had relations with 3 entertainers. In the message, Jane said that she loved and appreciated every detail that Diddy put into the birthday. She testified she was referring to the gifts and the time that she did have to spend alone with Diddy. But the jury revisited other text messages that were previously introduced by the prosecutors. These were exchanged after Jane learned Diddy had lied and took another woman on a birthday vacation to Turks and Caicos immediately after he was with her for her own birthday. I think it was in Miami. She testified she was hurt after being made to have relations with 3 guys, and it was equally hurtful and emotional for her to see him with another woman on a beautiful vacation. Whereas I'm alone and recovering from having to sleep with 3 men that I didn't even want to sleep with, she testified. She confirmed that after the fallout over how Diddy handled his 2 girlfriends' birthdays, they broke up for several weeks. She said when she pushed back on Diddy, he'd say they should break up. But then a week later, he would be blowing up her phone. There's Teeny right there. That's Teeny. She's the one doing the cross-examination. Okay. Diddy's ability. Okay, I got a video coming out tonight this reminds me of. I finally made the investigation into the Kazakhstan orphanage, and it's coming out tonight on BJ Investigates. But this reminded me of something I said in that video. Diddy's ability to spot and curate talent helped him build his fortune. It's difficult not to think about this when looking at the stable of lawyers he's amassed in the federal trial. 9 so far, all with distinct approaches and roles. Teeny is center stage now, conducting her biggest cross-examination of the trial as she attempts to pick apart the testimony of Jane, the daughter of the famed celebrity attorney Mark Garagos, an unofficial advisor to Combs and a friend of Diddy. Teeny has previously cross-examined federal law enforcement witnesses and hotel custodians in this trial, a technical and somewhat dry role. In her questioning of Jane, an ex-girlfriend of Diddy, Garagos has been walking the narrow line of pressing an alleged victim of a S crime without appearing too aggressive. 24 minutes ago, Washington Post, Diddy once spent $15,000, thought it was 13, on a ladies' night birthday dinner for Jane and more than a dozen of her friends, including a private room at an LA restaurant and a new outfit, she confirmed during her cross-examination. But Jane quibbled when defense attorney suggested she enjoyed the dinner. She said, quote, "I did not have a great birthday." She said Diddy didn't come. Quote, "I did not have a great birthday." She described it as just an okay time. Turning to a different birthday encounter in Miami Beach, defense attorney Teeny Garagos asked Jane about text message exchanges in which she asked Diddy if they could have dinner someplace else other than Nobu, a world-renowned sushi franchise. Dining at Nobu wasn't that glamorous, she told the attorney. It was a convenient for Diddy because they were staying at an attached hotel for a freak-off. She said, quote, "I really wanted to get out of that hotel. I'm asking if he could please romance me outside of a hotel room." 13 minutes ago, quote, "Why do you lie?" Jane texted Diddy in 2023 after they had a freak-off at the Nobu Hotel in Miami Beach. "I didn't want to do all that on my birthday. You knew how tired I was." Jane sent these messages to Diddy after seeing him with Young Miami on a trip to Turks and Caicos. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos zeroed in on the timing, suggesting that Jane had only complained about the freak-off after she saw Diddy with another woman, and she got jealous. Jane agreed. She said, "Yeah, I was hurt because Diddy made me have relations with all these 3 dudes on my birthday." She lashed out in the text message, quote, "Not because of his relationship with Young Miami, but because of how it made Jane feel after doing something like that." She's like, "Yeah, I could have kept to myself if he didn't also rub it in my face with Young Miami." 22 minutes ago, Jane testified she received Van Cleef necklace and bracelet for birthday in 2023. She recalled how excited she was to receive the necklace and bracelet set for her birthday in 2023. She said she wore lingerie and greeted Diddy with open arms because she was happy to be wrapped up in his arms. When asked if the birthday celebration led to a hotel night, she said, "Unfortunately, yes." She testified that she was upset by pictures of Diddy with Young Miami. Seeing pictures of Diddy having fun in Turks and Caicos with the rapper Young Miami was a painful experience, Jane said, especially in light of all she had recently done to satisfy him in hotel nights with multiple men. Having to see the aftermath of him being with another woman, it was so painful. And it has to also just like dawn on you over and over again, like literally absolutely nothing ever is going to be good enough. I mean, what is it, up to 6 different men just this month of February? It's hard to keep up, girl. I mean, don't quote me. I don't know. The court is taking a break. Let's go to NBC. So we were on here in NBC. Let's go to Washington Post. Shout out to Amy. Thank you for becoming a member, Amy Schroeder. Shout out to Ira. Shout out to you for becoming a member. And Sheila O'Reilly. Thank you so much, Eloria Samaria, for the $20 super chat. I like to sleep, so I was late to the Pacer Panic party, but watching you feel guilty for donations was way worse than seeing you cry. Don't apologize. You deserve, thank you. You deserve everything. Supporters want to support. I'm sure everyone agrees. And it's honestly, Eloria, it's part of that, like, I've been so traumatized by these people. Like, they will say that. They will say that stuff about me. And so I really do try to just stay, above it all and on my P's and Q's. And just, if you just do the right thing every chance you get, that's all you can do. And I do. And I don't ever want it to seem in any way like I'm doing that stuff. And I don't think I ever would have thought that. But it's like, I've been like, basically gang stalked by like online stalkers, harassers, bullies, people who have lied in court documents under penalty of perjury about me, shown up to my house. And it's like, I'm just constantly being attacked. And it's just like, yeah, it makes me feel like kind of self-conscious, frankly. Sometimes it's like, I have to avoid every appearance of anything evil, and it's like appearance of evil or whatever. But it's like, they just traumatize me. And it just all wraps back into like how sometimes I just like, it does get to me. But at the end of the day, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm not sorry for a damn thing. And I would do it again if I had the choice and if I had the chance. So that's where I stand on it. Thank you so much. And that means telling the truth and putting out there what I was thinking about what was going on, a matter of public concern. And you know what? Looks like everybody's going to just get away with that. So I'm the one left with the freaking bill. And it's like, it just can't be. That just can't be how like our society works. So I'm just holding out hope that maybe justice will happen. Thank you for that $20. Thank you, Facing Truth, for the $2 super chat. Hey, girl. Love you, girl. Oh, hey, girl. Love you, girl. Diddy did everything. He did it all. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Waiting for my cousin t-shirt. Go, BJ. Thank you, Holly, for the $4.99 super chat. Shout out to the cousins. Shout out to the cousins. Thank you, Beverly, for the $2.79 Canadian. Good afternoon. Thank you, Eli, for the $10 Canadian super sticker. Thank you, Virginia, for the $5. Hats off to all the mods. Yes, thank you, mods. We appreciate BJ and every one of her mods. Let's go, Justice. There it is. Thank you for that $5. Shout out to Tammy E. becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you to Valerie Power for the $13.99 Canadian super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. Robin Lambert. Thank you for the £19.99. She said, hold on. It's interesting to me. He's still paying her rent and her lawyer, but they hadn't had contact since September. Hope they clear that up. Well, what's he going to do? Like, if he stops paying it, then boom, that's evidence against him. It's kind of like a standoff, If she moves out, she's got to start paying rent somewhere. Why not stay there? It does appear like Robin is the one that's got the rent payments coming out, or at least that's what it looked like previously. But I do hope that they do kind of clear that up. But it's kind of a catch-22, I think. Like, if he stops paying it, then boom, look, retaliation. I don't know, maybe not. I could see arguments on both sides. So proud of you. Congrats on reaching your legal goal. We love you. Thank you, Robin Lambert. And I did put up, I don't really feel like getting into like why there's two legal funds. One of the legal funds, thank God, is done and finished. Originally, I had set up a legal fund that said this girl's name in it, and she ended up getting a fake fraudulent, well, it was a real restraining order, but it was based on lies. And then that restraining order she got ended up getting struck, and it ended up being she owes me attorney's fees and stuff because it was a slap suit. But there was a time where I was not allowed to say her name online. And the legal fund said her name, and it had a video attached to it where I said her name. So it was like, I had to make a new legal fund. So now that legal fund, there's another legal fund, different legal. I had two. I've had two for a long time, probably over a year, maybe 2 years. And donate to either one. They're both linked to the same bank account. I literally only just made a new one because for a time I wasn't able to say her name. And it was like a whole new set of lawsuits because it started in federal court, but then she ambushed me and she tried to get that restraining order. After the one got dismissed in federal court, she went across the nation to a different state and a different jurisdiction to try to get a restraining order. And then I ended up having to fight that. It's like, I don't even want to literally know how much my legal bills have been, but it's like for sure more than 500,000, maybe 600,000. I owe a lot of thousands. Okay. I don't want to get into specifics, y'all, but it was all because I said this freaking woman lied about how somebody died who was in her care, and she did lie about it. It was a true statement. She said that she died from a seizure disorder. The lady had not died from a seizure disorder. There was nothing about a seizure on the autopsy report at all. It said she died from cardiac arrhythmia with schizophrenia, obesity, hypertension. And so it's like, I just came out and basically I just said she lied. And then this same woman was in charge of Bam Margera's conservator. She was his conservator / guardian because it's the same thing. That's all. That was my crime. And it's like hundreds of thousands of dollars just for telling people that like she lied. It's really, honestly, it is mind blowing. And y'all, there's thousands of people in this chat who have followed it very closely. Shout out to y'all. I don't even want to get into it. Thank you so much for the $19.99. Thank you, as Asphyxia, becoming a member. Yes, make it make sense. Shout out to you. Sorry, I'm late reading that. And thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. It's Shapiro's purpose. Yes, it was Mims who said it, y'all. Shapiro's sole purpose is clearly the appeal. That he had said that on his videos last night. His video last night. And thank you for the $1.99. The winner of the trial is Cowboys and Angels. The winner of their own trial gonna come up. Thank you for that $1.99. Shout out to my uncle Dut in the chat. Shout out to 504. Shout out to the cousins 504. Thanks so much for that $1.99 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Virginia. The jury should have been sequestered. Thank you for that $2. I think so too. I don't know why they didn't sequester this jury. It's very strange. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Thank you, Corinne, for the $2 super chat. Thank you for always keeping it 100. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, SB, for the $5 super chat. Was that Paul that went on vacation with him to Wyoming last year? I don't know. Thank you for that $5. Thanks so much, Terry Dickinson, for the £19.99. So happy you are laughing today. I mean, I'm always laughing. Even if I'm crying, I'm laughing. Thank you for that $19.99. Thank you so much. Thank you, Noma, for the 99-cent pound super sticker. Thank you, Zippity Doo Dah, for the $10 super chat. I'm working on notes, transcribed interviews for a book. I'm more productive with you in the background. Didn't get hardly nothing done till after 1 today. That is funny. I would think it would be the opposite. I think I would be distracting. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Zippity Doo Dah. Thank you, Kel on Earth, for the $1.99 super sticker. And Ashley for the $4.99 super chat. My birthday is September 4th, too. I see why I like you so much now, Virgo sister. Shout out to Pam. Shout out to Pam in the chat for the $99.99. If I could give some clap emojis, some flowers, some hearts, some butterflies, some roses, some something in the chat for Pam. Pam. Thank you so much. Pam, bless your heart. You got to pay your legal bills though, Susan. That's my lawyers. I hired them. They supposed to pay my legal bills. She owes me money, but she ain't gonna pay it. I mean, she better, because I'm not. But she owes me money. It's a public fact on public record, and the other legal fees that I've like racked up, like let's say she even covers the amount that she has to pay, which is I think I don't remember, $87,000 she got ordered to have to pay me, or my lawyers. My lawyers. She has to pay directly to my lawyers. She's not going to pay it to me. So it would just go straight to the lawyers. But in the meantime, like, I owe them that money. So if she never pays it, I still got to pay them. And that's a contract I entered into with my lawyers. So if you hire lawyers, you should pay them, even if it ends up being very expensive. That's just keeping your word. Thanks so much, Liberated Lioness, for the $4.99 super chat. For the most authentic ringleader of this whole circus. Well, I don't want to be a ringleader. Thank you for the $4.99. T.H. Meyer said, let's start going after the assets. First of all, I don't think she got an asset. And second of all, going after assets requires spending more money on lawyers. And I'm already, like I told y'all, I already got a... Anyway, the legal funds linked below. It's all right, y'all. It really is okay. It always does work out. It has always worked out for me in my life 100% of the time. And it's going to do it again. Just got to keep up the faith. Okay. 6 minutes ago, we get an update from Washington Post. You know, keep faith and do the right thing every chance you get. If you have a chance to do something, just do the right thing. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it makes you lose money. Sometimes you have to lose a job. Sometimes you have to lose a relationship. You got to lose stuff. You got to be willing to let stuff go. You got to be willing to get kicked out your house to do the right thing. I know it's hard, but the thing is, if you do that, it always does work out. That's kind of like a hack I learned. Anyway, okay. 6 minutes ago, before the mid-afternoon break, defense lawyer TENY GARAGOS asked Jane about an exchange she had with Paul, a personal trainer for Diddy, who also joined the freak-offs. She asked if Jane remembered admitting, quote, "You've allowed too much and that it's your fault." Jane, do you remember admitting you allowed too much and it was your fault? She apparently told Paul this in 2023 about her dynamic with Diddy. Yeah, she's like, I put up with too much. I allowed too much. Something she apparently told Paul in 2023 about her dynamic with Diddy. Wednesday is the second day that TENY has cross-examined Jane, and the fifth day of testimony for this witness. So this, don't forget, this poor girl been up on the stand, and the first 2 days she was just sobbing the whole time. 5 days. This is her fifth day on the stand. Cross-examination is expected to conclude tomorrow. Just looking through the different things. Let me pull up the other live coverage. Hold on. I'm just... Oh, this is just... They're not bringing... Okay. I was looking at the Independent... No, Sky News. They're not going to be bringing rolling updates today. All right. Let me check the other ones. Yes, Lady Amy. Agreed. Jenna Johnson said Harvey Weinstein found guilty. Is that true? Let me look it up. Found guilty an hour ago. Which news source should we read? New York. Let's try New York Times first. Then we'll read Fox News just to get the two sides. Live updates. Harvey Weinstein convicted in mixed verdict. So state court can have mixed verdicts. convicted on one count of S assault and acquitted on another. So he got acquitted and he got also convicted. The jury could not reach a verdict on the third, so they were hung jury on the third. I've seen him before. He kind of looked familiar too, actually. Here's the latest. Harvey Weinstein on Wednesday today was convicted of an S crime in Manhattan for the second time in a little more than 5 years, reaffirming his guilt in the eyes of New York's legal system. Well, there you go. However, the jury of 12 Manhattan residents acquitted him on another charge and reached no decision on the third. The panel is expected to return tomorrow to continue deliberating the final charge. In reaching the mixed verdict, the jury appeared to credit the testimony of one accuser, but they did not believe the testimony of another. And they have a deadlock over the third accuser. But the conviction on a single count alone makes it unlikely that the retrial will fundamentally change the public's view. Two of the accusers, Mimi Haley and Jessica Mann, also testified against Diddy in his first trial. And now there's this third woman, Kaya. She did not testify at the first trial. She's just new. She was added to the case last year. The verdict suggests that the jury found Mimi Haley's testimony credible and convicted him of first-degree criminal S assault. They were less convinced of Miss Sokala, I think that's Kaya, about similar behavior and acquitted him on another count of that charge. But they've yet to reach a decision about Jessica Mann, about having been attacked in a Manhattan hotel room, for which Weinstein is charged with third-degree R, the least serious of the charges he faced. So the one they still haven't decided is the least serious. It's third degree. The deliberations have been contentious since they began last week. The jurors often at loggerheads and occasionally complaining to the judge. Shortly before the verdict was announced on Wednesday, it was disclosed to the courtroom that the jurors had been yelling and screaming at each other, and one told another, "I'll see you out, catch me outside." How about that? Weinstein was convicted in Manhattan of criminal S act and rape R in 2020, but is retired. Was retired this spring. Retried. Girl, I can't read now, but was retried this spring after the initial verdict got overturned by the state's highest court. In a 4-3 decision, the appeals court ruled last year, and I actually agreed with them. I agreed with the appeals court. They brought in all these extra witnesses that had nothing to do with the trial. If they would have just stuck to the witnesses, they could have convicted him. That is what I have said publicly, and I was right. They stuck to the 3 witnesses for the 3 charges, and they did convict him. So they did not need to bring in all that extra stuff on these charges unless they wanted to say he was doing a RICO. Then you can bring all that in. But RICO isn't state. Anyway, after that ruling, they retried him. Hope it's finally over, Mimi Haley said, as she reflected on having to testify about a traumatic experience before a jury, not once, but 2 times. It's just a relief all around. I bet that is a relief for her. I bet it is a relief. Okay. Okay, we're coming back from the break. We've reached you? What does that mean? Okay, the judge is like, okay. Thank you, Eloria. Eloria said, I've been watching for almost 5 years and I've seen everything. I repeat, you deserve everything. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Steven thought that one was funny. Catch me outside. Yeah, they screaming at each other, y'all. They care about the justice girl, I guess. I know. I talked about this, Penny, the Brian Wilson thing. Okay, are we all ready? The judge says, except for the absence of Miss Comey. Yes, Your Honor, we've reached you. I don't know what this we've reached you means. Then Maureen Comey decides to come back from the bathroom. Okay, let's bring Jane. Let's bring Jane back in. Refreshing the other sources here. What is this? The jury was shown text messages. We do get some more quotes here. I'll just read through this. I usually don't like to read these like summaries like this, but I actually think it's going to be helpful for this one because they've been so all over the place, back and forth, back and forth. Diddy's ex-girlfriend testifying under Jane claimed Diddy made her delete social media posts showing him while allegedly forcing her to participate in hotel nights. The jury was shown a photo of Diddy at Nobu before a hotel night. Jane confirmed that she and Diddy went to dinner before with 2 male escorts. So they went to dinner with the escorts. Jane testified during cross-examination. Diddy made her delete that social media post from the dinner from off her social media. The jury was then shown text messages between Jane and Diddy dated March 2nd, 2022, 030222. Jane was coordinating coming to Miami before the Nobu dinner. Diddy's text read, "Everyone can post." Jane responded telling Diddy to have another woman delete a post. What? Diddy's text read, "Everyone can post." Thought he said don't post. I'm confused. According to Jane, this was a fight that occurred after a hotel night because Jane saw Gina, Diddy's other girlfriend, posting a picture wearing a love necklace. And Jane claimed she had a matching love bracelet. She explained that those nights were so, quote, emotionally excruciating. So seeing those things was really hurtful. She testified she was upset that Gina could post on social media, but not her. Jane's cross-examination began Tuesday by TENY. So it began yesterday. TENY questioned Jane about her relationship with Diddy and her preparation in the allegedly forced hotel nights. Jane testified Diddy was upfront with her about dating multiple women at the start of their relationship. She said that Diddy explained he was polyamorous. She was okay with it at the time. She testified at first that she didn't mind because she was just getting to know Diddy. And then Diddy ended up paying Jane's rent through the love contract. The ex-girlfriend told the prosecution that she felt obligated to perform the hotel nights for the rapper because he had threatened to stop paying for her home, the hotel nights. She claimed she was expected to dress in lingerie and have relations with other men in front of Diddy. There's Shapiro right there. You can tell that's Brian Steele. This must be a different court report. The court artist. This looks like a different type of artistry style. Look at the bald spot with that one little gray tuft. Remember that I said his face was hard to draw, so they just put his hand in front of it. The cross-examination became heated when TENY GARAGOS began questioning Jane about the money that Diddy spent on her and the gifts that she received from Diddy. Texts to Diddy from Jane about Diddy buying purses for Carisha / Young Miami, those were brought up in court. Garagos commented that Jane also received a bag of her own. She said, "No, I only got trauma. After 3.5 years, I really don't think I garnered anything." "How much do Bottega bags cost?" To which Jane replied, "How much does my body cost?" before asking the court for a break. When court resumed, Jane apologized. I did not know that. Look at him smiling. He loves Nicole Westmoreland. That's his favorite. Garagos also brought Diddy's lawyer also brought up Diddy's alleged drug use. Jane testified that when she first met Diddy, oh my God, look at how they spelled the rapper without the P. That says something different. She said when she first met Diddy, she knew he did substances, but she claimed that she didn't really know how much. During a trip early in their relationship, she claimed it became apparent that Diddy wasn't taking care of himself. She noticed his eyes and his teeth were jaundiced, his gums were gray, his hands were shaky from over-consuming alcohol. Jane said she spoke to him about a rehab in Thailand. "What the hell? You think I need rehab?" Diddy apparently allegedly said. Before the cross-examination began on Tuesday, the judge denied Diddy's second request for a mistrial. Diddy's team had argued that the prosecution knowingly presented false testimony to the court in a letter filed June 7th, and they got it on Fox News. The defense pointed to testimony from Vanna. She claimed she was dangled over the balcony, but the federal judge ruled there was no interference. He said the judge was able to, the defense, Diddy's lawyers were able to go ahead and make their point. They did undermine her credibility. They attacked it. According to the judge, there was no prejudice to an exhibit that they helped the defense, that that had helped the defense's case. Okay, well, that was just a recap. All right. There's updates from CNN. Okay, we got seen inside the courtroom today. Jane's tone, when asked about her loving text messages, is becoming defensive. On the stand, she's stroking her hair as she explains what is not said in the text messages, that she was referring only to her time with Diddy and not the other men. A few times, TENY GARAGOS countered by suggesting that Jane didn't differentiate that in the messages with Diddy, asking her once if that was an undertone. Jane has persisted that she was only referring to Diddy. Now, Diddy's family is in the courtroom. His mom, his sister, and his 3 sons. He asked his mom if she ate anything. She said she did. Diddy greeted a few people in the courtroom when he returned from a bathroom break. They're following along. The jury is following along and not really taking many notes today. Jane is back on the stand. The jury was entering 5 minutes ago. Testimony will resume. Nine minutes ago, we get an analysis from the Washington Post, a $15,000 birthday dinner, but what to make of it? Jane's birthday celebration, which Anne Brannigan just wrote about, is exactly the type of complex scenario jurors are tasked with judging. Diddy's legal team used the anecdote to paint him as a wealthy man, showering his girlfriend with luxurious gifts. $15,000 for private dinner with her friends, a luxury hotel in Miami Beach, a dinner at Nobu, where a single dumpling cost $10. Jane described a much bleaker picture. Diddy didn't show up to the birthday dinner. The trip to Miami was a makeup date. She said Diddy strategically placed a hotel with a restaurant attached so she could be whisked away to have relations in a freak-off with minimal risk of public interruption, she said. Jurors must decide where the line between consent and coercion falls. And that is their task. That is their job. All right, they're back. Next question from TENY GARAGOS to Jane. Okay, Jane. You wrote, "All I have in my mind right now is your passionate love making. Isn't that right?" Jane said, "Yep." You saw him 2 weeks later, did you not? Oh, you saw him 2 weeks later and did not have a hotel night, right? Jane said, "I don't know. Maybe. Can't keep it all straight in my head." Okay, let me see if there's other live updates. New York Post has some stuff up. Somebody drew the judge. I thought they weren't allowed to draw the judge. Feds want Juror 6 booted for lack of candor. Let's see if they have any more details here. This is a new source. We haven't been reading from New York Post today, so I want to read through and see if they get any other details about this juror. Prosecutors revealed today they want a juror removed for lack of candor. But the rap mogul claims the feds are making a thinly veiled bid to toss a black juror from the case. Scant details were released publicly about why the government wants the judge to remove this juror. It's a 41-year-old black male from the Bronx who works at a city jail and said that he mostly reads the New York Post. Okay, so they know Juror 6 at the New York Post. It's a 41-year-old black man from the Bronx who works at a city jail. But Maureen Comey, the prosecutor, said that the feds have seen evidence of what amounted to a lack of candor from this juror. The judge said he will rule on it by the end of the week. 6 alternate jurors are waiting in the wings to replace Juror 6 if the judge decides to boot him. Jurors see text messages suggesting Diddy's influencer ex enjoyed freak-offs. Look at this picture. I need a break. Please respect this. Are you going to let me in? 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 Jurors have seen a slew of additional SUL texts that Jane sent to Diddy, suggesting that she actually enjoyed the freak-offs. In one text sent after an August 2022 freak-off, Jane writes to Diddy that she's having so much fun. But during questioning by prosecutors, Jane said she felt like she had to put on a show for Diddy, even in text messages to him. She's like, I had to put on a show for him. Okay. Let's go back to Inner City Press. Okay, let's play this voice note. I believe there's no objection. The prosecutor said, I don't have it on my list, but if Miss Garagos represents that I have no objection, then I won't object. Okay, fine. I'll move on. I won't do the voice note right now. Did you ask about hotels or Airbnbs? Yes, Jane said. And Diddy asked, I lost my spot. Hold on. Did you ask about hotels or Airbnbs? Yes, I did, said Jane. And Diddy asked, how do you know there aren't cameras in the Airbnb? Didn't he ask that? Yeah. And I wrote, they could be covered by security. We just saw it's our anniversary and we want to cover them to feel comfortable. Oh, we'll just say it's our anniversary and we want to cover them to feel comfortable. So, okay. So Diddy's like, how do you know the Airbnb don't have cameras in it? And Jane's like, well, we could just cover the cameras and tell the people that we're renting the Airbnb that we're doing our anniversary. And we want to cover the cameras. Okay, we have another tweet. And what did you write to Sean? Wait a second. There's something else. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just find my spot. Let's play this voice note. How do you know there aren't cameras? They could be covered by security. We'll just say it's our anniversary. We don't want the cameras on us. What did you write to Sean? I said, you make my child so happy. I love you. And she started crying. So she's talking about her child again. And in the text message, it says, you make my child so happy. And she said, I love you. And she starts crying, like on the stand. TENY GARAGOS is like, take the time you need. Jane said, I do remember. Are you ready to proceed? Jane said, yeah. Okay. In this picture right here, where are you? Jane said, hotel night. TENY GARAGOS says, all right, let's put forward exhibit number 3136 under seal. But it's a picture of a hotel night. They're going to try and make her look like a bad mom, I feel. Like they're going to, like, because they've been trying to get in these questions like, where was your kid? Did you let your kid see the kid's dad at the time? Did you let the, like, they've been trying to poke around. those questions. Like, I feel like Teeny has been trying to figure out which way she could get him in. Those type of questions about like calling into questioning her parenting. I feel like that's common. Okay, less than a minute ago, Jane invited an entertainer on Turks and Caicos trip, but she said she believes Diddy wanted her to. With cross-examination resuming, defense attorney TENY GARAGOS pulled up a message Jane sent to an entertainer that they saw frequently. Would you be available to come to Turks by any chance? You would need a passport and I think a vaccination card. Let me know what you think, the message said. Jane testified that she sent the text, but she said, I believed my lover wanted me to send the text, and this was to Sly, to invite him on the trip. Jane previously testified that another entertainer, Paul, had joined them in Turks and Caicos, and that Sly met her and Diddy once they returned to Miami. And she also testified that she felt she had to see Sly in Miami because she believed she had ruined the hotel night with Paul. Remember whenever Diddy was like, don't act like that in front of Paul. How dare you embarrass me in front of Paul? Diddy Docket said the child has a relationship with Diddy. Whoops. Just refreshing through the other, just waiting for an update. They just got back from this break. Just getting her in her show. Okay. Next exhibit. This is the message after that hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you. It was our little party rosé. Whatever we were saying. Is that a moon emoji? Your Honor, may we approach? So what's that? We need the sidebar song. The SIDEBAR song. SIDEBAR. It's too many. Letters. Okay, so they're having a sidebar because why? Because I don't know. Because Teeny Garagos, Diddy's lawyer, is like, look at this exhibit. It's you at a freak off. Look at this next exhibit. It's you sending a message after the hotel night saying, I love living in the moment with you. It was our little party rosé, whatever you were saying. Is that a moon emoji? And the prosecutors are like, no, we have to approach, Your Honor. We cannot let her answer a question about the moon emoji. Okay, they're doing a break. Sidebar. They just got off a break. This is like the second thing she pulled up. Got a new update from Washington Post. A minute ago, after a short mid-afternoon break, TENY GARAGOS immediately picked up her cross-examination of Jane by bringing up the informal love contract between her and Diddy. This verbal agreement is a key part of the government's ST case against the embattled media mogul. The couple agreed on a monthly allowance of $10,000 for Jane, which ended up going toward a Los Angeles home for her and her child. It was revealed during testimony last week that Diddy is still paying the rent for that home. New York Post has another update. Diddy's sons arrive at court for the 20th day of their father's ST trial. These are the photos. This one, look, doesn't that look like Diddy himself getting out that truck? This Christian one, King, whatever, he looks like Diddy. That's the only one looks like Diddy. The girls, the twins kind of do. Okay, so Justin and Christian arrived at the federal courthouse this morning for the continuation of their father's trial. Wait, that's not him? That got to be related to the Combs. Look at that mouth. That's not him? That's him. This one, who is he? He looks more like Diddy than Christian. He looks like him too. Look at, he done cut that blonde hair. Thank God. Thank God. That is a better outfit. He's got his purse. Quincy. I don't know why. Like, part of me just wishes Quincy would just kind of break free from all that and just like go be with his real family, if you know what I mean. Okay. Less than a minute ago, Jane grows emotional While reading April 2023 text message to Combs, Jane grew emotional and paused to wipe her face with a tissue. When she read a text message that she sent to Diddy in April 2023, around the time she moved into the rental that Diddy still pays for. The fact that you are the reason for my child's joy is a feeling inside me that I can't explain. I love you so much as my friend, my lover, my boyfriend, even though I know you don't like that word. The message reads, oof, we get some details here. I love you so much as my friend, my lover, my boyfriend, even though I know you don't like that word. TENY GARAGOS finished reading the text, while Jane took a few seconds to compose herself. Ooh, that's rough. That's intense. This lady, say what you want one way, other way. Some things might have been consensual. Some things might have not. She's been through it, regardless. Sidebar is over. Okay, fine. Moving ahead. Defense Exhibit 3171. Is this a message chain between you and Diddy August 9th, 2023? Yes, it is. And Diddy wrote, movie night off the charts. And you say you agree, right? Jane said, right. So they had a movie night where they, did the watching their old movies together. And it was off the charts. And Jane's like, I agree. Okay, just waiting for another tweet. Thanks so much, Sunflower, for the $1.99. Yes, tied and all. You know, if you know, you know. Thank you so much, Zion's daughter, for the $2 super chat. Watch you every day. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Tina Midkiff, for the $5 super chat. Tina said, building glider toys is always better. Listening to you. Appreciate all the hard work you do for us. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so funny, Allison Hoover. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Allison said, my daughter and I were shopping today. A t-shirt made me think of you. I remember it said, you may be something, something, but I'm God's favorite. Oh, yes, slay. I need one. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you, Joyful Ladybug, for the $4.99. Oh, yeah, no, I was talking about Weinstein when I was reading the Weinstein article. If it wasn't obvious that there was a Weinstein article, thank you for that $4.99. It wasn't obvious that there's a Weinstein article. And this, honestly, this Joyful Ladybug, this is the level of granularity that I've had to start to conduct every single thing I say, what place I go. Cause it's who knows? Oh, now Diddy's suing. Now somebody's suing over something. Now you're getting a cease and desist over some freaking obvious shit. I'm reading an article that clearly says Weinstein over and over. It's so freaking obvious that one Joyful Ladybug noticed it and everybody else in the chat noticed. I don't really know why I needed to be corrected on it, but it's a good point because this is the standard that people hold me to. And then you got people out here doxing on purpose, telling other people to shut up whenever they tell them to stop doxing or maybe to reconsider. They got people out here, they finding their girlfriend dead in a bathtub and they don't get investigated. But I can't even so much as misspeak. And that is the level and the standard that God's favor got to get held to, I guess. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Christine Kane, for the $9.99. I appreciate how you explaining legal speak to us. I am a retired kindergarten teacher. Woo, bless you. Kindergarten girl. Woo, Lord have mercy. But they sweet. They cute. With ADHD, oh Lord. You are so appreciated. Shout out to the teachers. Thank you for the $9.99. Shout out to the teachers. None of us would be where we are today without teachers, and that's a fact. And I ain't talking about just only one type of teachers. There's all kinds of types, but shout out to the teachers. Thank you, K Money, for the $4.99 super sticker. Okay. Next question. So look, this one right here. The most recent thing was the movie night. Diddy said movie night off the charts. You say you agree, don't you? Yes. Next question. Okay. Then the All-Star Night. Canceled by the hurricane, right? Jane said yes. Then you heard Diddy on a podcast in Croatia. Speaking of Croatia, I do have a new video coming out about Diddy's international travels. Hold on. About Diddy's international travels, not Croatia though, to Kazakhstan. Remember that whole alibi where Diddy couldn't have been blowing up Kid Cudi's car because he was in a Kazakhstan orphanage? Okay, well, I got the video. It's coming out tonight on BJ Investigates, or this afternoon rather. Then you heard Diddy on a podcast in Croatia, right? Because then they were going to do the All-Star Night and she kept putting it off. She was like, oh, after your album, after the hurricane. And then Diddy went on a podcast in Croatia where he said he had had relations on a yacht trip. And you said he lied to you? Jane said, yeah, and it hurt my feelings. Croatia in Croatia. We get another update from CNN.com. Jane dabs her eyes as text expressing her love for Diddy is read aloud in court. Jane confirmed that she helped take care of Diddy in June 2023 after he had surgery. They did not have any hotel nights that month. She just was taking care of him. She testified that they did have a hotel night in early July 2023. So all of June 2023, she helped take care of him, and then hotel night in July. TENY GARAGOS read out loud a text message Jane sent to Diddy the day after, which said how much she loved him and spending time with him. She appeared to get emotional and was dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Then TENY GARAGOS asked the judge if the lawyers could approach the bench. So I don't know if it was a Teeny or was it the prosecutors? Maybe I misread it, the other one. Do we know who any of the next witnesses will be? Let me go on the Diddy Docket's website. And see if she got, or he, I don't know why I think it's she. Okay, so these are the ones, this is, okay, I see some fake news in here. If anybody's in here saying some horrendously and egregiously fake news with no sources, you're getting blocked. No warning. Okay. Annie said, whoa, hold on. I'm a retired kindergarten teacher with ADHD. Croatia is not where Nikola Tesla is from. He is from former Yugoslavia or whatever, which is now called Serbia. No, they haven't. Diddy Dog said no. They have not confirmed anyone new. And they have not confirmed if these previously announced are still going to be coming. Okay, so these are ones that have been mentioned, okay? But we don't know for sure if they're actually going to get called. This Jordan Atkinson, the chef, and James Cruz, who is Bad Boy Records and Combs Enterprises executive. But we do not know. We do not know for sure who is going to be coming up next. I certainly don't. I certainly don't. Wanda, they were saying all kind of stuff. Wanda said, isn't there a victim 5? They were talking about minor victim 2, minor victim 3, victim 5. I don't know. I don't know. We need a sidebar drinking game. And instead of drinking, we got to do something else because I'll be drunk. Then what we going to do? I'll be drunk. Okay, well, Serbia has full on like claimed Nikola Tesla. Okay, they call him a Serbian. They call him a Serbian scientist. All right, so I certainly wasn't there. I might be Nikola Tesla. Y'all don't even know. Maybe I came back. All right, I'm updating inner city press. It looks like no, nothing new here. Jane becomes emotional in court after Diddy messages. NBCnews.com 2 minutes ago. Jane has now been crying in court after discussing how Diddy was a blessing to her in a text message exchange. You are truly a blessing in my life. I have never had a man take care of me like you do. You're the reason for my child's joy. Ooh. That right there is getting used against her for sure by the outside of this courtroom, outside of this case. I don't even want to think about the hell she is about to have to endure. You're the reason for my child's joy. It means the world to us. I love you, baby. She also wrote, she'll always be by Diddy's side. You are my lover, my partner, my boyfriend. She began crying in front of the jury. And she also said, even though I know you don't like that word, apparently. Not a hurricane canceling the night of debauchery. The Lord provided. Amber speaks up, said, plimps and traffic guards, read on the screen what it is, often pit women against each other to maintain control and prevent unity. This is what I will never forget. This is how Lou Pearlman, in my opinion, abused and took advantage of all of those boys in the boy bands, because he was the manager for NSYNC and Backstreet Boys. He was the founder, creator, and the manager for both of those bands. And then they all would get pit against each other so that they would actually put up with a lot more crap from Lou and from the management and from all of that, because they were just competing against NSYNC and they were competing against Backstreet Boys. So I do, like, ever since I've noticed that he did that, I have been able to notice the pattern elsewhere. And Lou Pearlman, don't forget, is the first person that did Making the Band. Making the Band first came out as Lou Pearlman. He made a boy band, O-Town. So it does appear to be, at least in Hollywood music industry area, something they do. Now you're seeing it spread into other dynamics of relationships other than manager and, that was like the Cassie thing, right? Like Cassie was the artist. She had to compete against other artists outside of the bad boy thing, but she was also competing against girlfriends. When victims are distrustful or competing, they're less likely to band together or to share information or to resist. And that makes sense. Because when did Jane say she got that first big breakthrough realization? Is whenever she read Cassie's lawsuit, because she had never talked to Cassie. The division keeps them isolated, making it easier for thickers to manipulate and exploit them without challenge. It is a classic tactic to weaken any collective power victims might have. And think about how the larger powers that be might be using this tactic on little old us. It's not only one dynamic, that type of pitting people against each other. You might have heard the crabs in a barrel mentality. Everybody's pulling each other back down into this barrel when we could probably be just helping each other get out. I don't know. Could be. What they doing? Another sidebar? Can we move on? Can we move on? Mm-mm. What they doing? Hurry up. What they did to Inner City Press. Is now his tweets are glitching again? No, that's just the most recent one 11 minutes ago. My God, what are they doing in here? Shout out to Kiwi, seeking the truth, becoming a new member. Yep, they always do. I don't know. Maybe it's like monkeys. No, I think the monkeys might help each other out of the barrel. Because you like pull them up and they're hanging on to each other. I don't know. It's just a game. Triangulation. Narcissists do that as well. Oh, they're doing a sidebar. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Nicole, Inner City Press is in the court and tweeting. They having a sidebar. Whiskey, that's funny. I think Diddy did like to provide entertainment, just not the kind of entertainment we expect out of him. You mean like with them tapes or what? Kathy said, do I think any of Diddy's housekeeping staff will be called to testify? Depends. Depends what they know. Oh my gosh. Christy Riley. I'm going to have to just talk about the zombifying later, but let's just say certain people do it. And like the concept of a zombie itself, I didn't even realize comes from like this place. And it's basically like messing up somebody in the head, like by using really strong substances. And then there's this whole burying the person like ritual to it. And then the person's like, everything slows down. You almost dead. Like you like everything slows down. And sometimes people do die because they take too much of it. And like there's an active ingredient in it that can be sourced from different places. But one of the places is a puffer fish. Like naturally occurring. And then you kind of like poison somebody with it. It is illegal in Haiti to do this. And if you do it and get found guilty, it's considered the same as murder because you killing off somebody's like they become basically just like this mind controlled zombie. They call them zombies, but it has a very deep spiritual meaning. Like, you know, there's scientific reasons for it. Like it's poison and whatever. But if you just get poisoned with the stuff, you don't turn into a zombie. There's this whole like cultural, religious overlay on top of it where like, it's like basically black magic. And the people who it happens to, the victims of the zombies, they would be coming from the cultures that believe it. So it's kind of like the placebo effect where it's like, yes, you can get poisoned. Yes, this really does have, you have problems with it. But then some people outside of this culture may recover while the people from within the culture would not. And they're like buried alive and then they take them out. And sometimes they are like dead. People think they're dead and they'll bury their family member. And then a gang will come and dig the dead family member up. And now that person's a slave. It's sick and it's dark and it's been going on a real long time. Some of y'all in here are like saying the same thing, like as other people, and it just giving bots. So I'm blocking some people. Yes, thank you. Yep, Cream 794, Serpent in the Rainbow. Wait, was it Wade Davis? Is that his name? Yeah, I was up till 2 a.m., y'all. I had to wake up later than usual today because I was up learning about zombifying. Okay, and I already told y'all we probably all cousins, so don't stick your ancestor on me because they probably like me more. That ain't what that's made for. You ain't supposed to do that to people. And you know it. Anyway, thank you, Doree. Yeah, Wade Davis book called The Serpent and the Rainbow with zombie Christoph. Nothing's the latest. Ain't nothing going on. Can we move on? They had a sidebar. Still sidebarring. Nothing is the latest. There's no latest. Don't worry, y'all. Don't worry. When it happens, I'll let you know. And now I'm wondering, right? Like, has this ritual, this is one of my thoughts, has this ritual of zombification maybe gone from burying people alive in the yard or in the field to like in a bathtub? Could that be all these bathtub deaths? We doing like rituals of rebirthing? Could it be? I was thinking all kind of crazy schizophrenic stuff last night at 2 a.m. I had to go to bed. We got a new update from the New York Post. No, we don't. They just lied. They still sidebarring. Oh, no. Got another one 12 seconds ago. Oh, shoot. Hold on. It glitched. Okay. The cousins know. The Louisiana cousins know. I rebuke. I do not consent. And if you try it on me, it's coming back to you and your mama and your kids and them. So don't even. Don't even. Okay. We're never and never and never and never in your head, in your head. Oh my God, I used to love that song. Okay. You proposed Zero Bond or Casa Cipriani. Are these two private clubs in New York? Yes. But you ended up going to a lounge. Isn't that right? Yes. And after you rejected the new entertainer for lack of chemistry, you called Sly Cabral, whatever you called him. Yes. That's all we got. We got that one little measly little tweet. This keeps saying it has a new entry. Okay, there we go. Starts crying as she reads loving texts. You're truly a blessing. I bet you they went up there to talk about that kid. I bet you they went up there to talk about Jane's child and Teeny and asking questions about the child because she started crying and they needed to go to the sidebar. I think they did 2 sidebars since this line of questioning has started. Come on, stop. Diddy's influencer ex starts crying as she reads loving texts with Diddy. You're truly a blessing in my life, she wrote in May 2023, the day after they had a freak off. Quote, I have never had a man take care of me like you do. You're the reason for my child's joy. It means the world to us. I love you, baby. I love you so much as my friend, my lover, my boyfriend. Even though you don't like that word, LOL. She grabbed a tissue on the stand and she was offered a break, but she continued reading more texts to the jury. Jane, who shares a son with another man, has previously testified that Diddy was upfront with her when they first started dating in 2021, that he would see other women. Oh, he was upfront with her that he would see other women and that he was polyamorous. But she wasn't allowed to be polyamorous because that was considered to be cheating. Jane, less than a minute ago, CNN.com, explains why she gave a thumbs up to Diddy's text about hiring an entertainer. Defense attorney... My cat is really loud meowing downstairs. Defense attorney TENY GARAGOS revisited a time when Jane said she flew to New York in August 2023 to see Diddy. The jury saw those texts between Jane and Diddy, where Jane expressed her anger over the recent Croatia podcast interview. In the interview, Diddy talked about 48 hours of relations with another woman. Jane threatened not to go to New York. But after some convincing from Diddy, she went under the impression that they were not going to have a freak-off night. She was mid-air flying to New York. And Diddy sent her a link to an entertainer he wanted to hire once she got there. Jane just sent a thumbs up to the link. She testified that she was just confirming that she saw the link and thumbs up. Oh, okay. So she didn't hold down and thumbs it up. She just sent the thumbs up, which is different. That is different. When you just send like, it can be, depending on the context, it can be just be kind of like K. You know, when you just send the letter K, like K. Sometimes you're just saying, okay, like, all right, cool, K, okay, fine, whatever. But she like sent a thumbs up. She didn't press and hold the thumbs up. You know, you press the message on the iPhone and then you can pick the reaction. It wasn't that. She sent a thumbs up. So she said it. She testified she was just confirming she saw the link and she said, quote, thumbs up can also be a little bit sarcastic. Trying to be in a relationship with somebody like Diddy seems like a nightmare. Okay. So this was where we had left off with the inner city press line of questioning on his thread that he's doing. You propose Zero Bond or Casa Cipriani. These are the two private clubs in New York. Yeah. But we ended up not going there. She testified. She said we ended up going to a different place, a lounge instead of these private clubs. And after you rejected the new entertainer for lack of chemistry, you called Sly. Yes. And you said that you were on substances that night and you felt freer. Uh-oh. And so you let Cabral do things to you that you wouldn't usually let him do. Yes. And then you wrote to Diddy, I love you so much. This is the other thing of it too, y'all. It has to be a total mind F because he wanted to see these performances, but then he would like use it against people. Like he would be like, don't cheat on me, don't cheat on me. And I could see how these women were feeling pressured to have to like keep reminding him like, oh, I love you so much. I only want to be with you. I love you so much, to remind him they're not cheating on him because he's accusing everybody of cheating and texting other people and go call Bear and whatever else. And it's like, so confusing for the person who's in it. Even for Diddy, it's probably confusing for him. He's probably like, it does look like she's enjoying herself over there. Maybe she don't like me. This is why it's like, y'all, it's just these kinks like this is too far. I'm shaming. Every week like that? Jesus. It's too far. I'm shaming. And I'm not shaming Jane by any means. I think Jane, you know, she said it repeatedly. She resents him for it. She regrets it. I see why. I see why she, you know, ended up in a position where she did it. I'm not shaming her at all. I'm shaming the person who's putting up an alleged criminal enterprise, alleged, innocent until proven guilty, to do it. That's what I'm shaming. The whole thing is a kink. He's addicted to the whole thing, in my opinion. Just all this, like being the puppet master of all these people. The suspense is terrible. I know. It is. What did Cabral do that Jane didn't normally allow him to do? You were on substances and you felt freer. You let Cabral do things you usually didn't. I'm wondering if this is the video that Cabral extorted with, allegedly. I don't know. They must be talking about something nasty in there. Because it's like nobody's saying nothing for the last 10 minutes. Seven, excuse me. Remember that time my camera just shut off in the middle of a live stream? My light's getting cut off every day on live, y'all. Somehow. They cut my pacer lights off yesterday. I got cut off. Okay, 20 seconds ago. And you spoke about the sobriety party. You said you resented him for it, right? Yes. You had wanted to break up with him after you saw him with Gina. Yeah, but there were a lot of times I wanted to break up with him. Okay, so this one night you let Cabral do stuff to you normally didn't do. Yeah. And then you wrote to Diddy, I love you so much. Yeah. And then when you spoke about that sobriety party, you said you resented him for it, right? Remember, the sobriety party is where Jane was like, you need to get sober, dude. You just need to, at least, please, 30 days. Just do a detox. And he's like, all right, bet. Let's have a sobriety party first, where I have one last hoopla, one last hoorah. And it ended up being really rough for Jane. And she said that it's kind of ambiguous. It does appear that different sources have reported it differently. I don't know if she did actually ever throughout the entire night of that night actually end up taking a substance, because she said she started out trying to not take the substance. But then she just couldn't do it. So then Diddy had a pill in his pocket, or pulled a pill out of the drawer or whatever. He had one for her, and then she took it. I don't know if that's this incident from the sobriety party or not. It's kind of ambiguous. It's been ambiguously reported on. But you spoke about that sobriety party. And I think this was definitely the night she threw up. And that was another thing with the zombification thing. Like, one of the two substances that they are known to use in the zombification ritual thing is like a scopolamine type thing. And it's called like devil's breath. It grows in tropical climates. It's called different things. There's even different plants of it. There's different genus, species, whatever names. But like this particular, so they do one substance, and that's the one that makes you like almost like you about to die. And that lasts like 10 or 12 hours. And you like basically like appear to be dead. Like, people will show up and pronounce you dead, but you're not dead. Your heart rate is just like very so imperceivable that like you're just kind of like everything's kind of shut down. And they call it devil's breath because it takes your soul or something. No, that comes next. So that lasts like 10 to 12 hours, sometimes days. Then in some of these rituals, they will bring the person up out of the ground, like after they buried them, and they give them another substance after 10 to 12 hours called, devil's breath, scopolamine, whatever. And that's the one where it's like makes you highly suggestible to datura is the name of the plant. Now scopolamine, they just passing it out at the pharmacy. Okay. They give it to you for boat sickness and everything. But at certain levels and certain preparations, that's like the second part of it. Right. So I'm kind of like, that's interesting. The one time she didn't take drugs is the time she remembers throwing up. Wait. The zombie making people into a mind control zombie in certain cultures and certain religious practices, spiritual practices, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm not calling all the whole religion dark and black magic, but like turning someone into a mind controlled zombie I think that pretty much is like obviously crosses the line. But they give them this scopolamine type thing, which is used like in the United States, like for sure at pharmacies for like motion sickness. It makes you not throw up if you sick. So the one night she didn't take drugs, she got sick and threw up. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, I was having all kind of thoughts last night. I'm going to have to make a whole documentary about the zombies. Bless them, Lord. Again, like I said, I don't even know if that's actually true, because there's like ambiguous reporting. Contradictory reporting. I don't know if she actually did take substances that night or not, because at first I thought she did. She was trying not to, then she did. But then other outlets were reporting the reason she was throwing up is because it was so disgusting, because she wasn't on substances. So I don't know which one. I wasn't in the courtroom. I don't have the transcripts. Okay, we got another tweet. Next question. You were in an Equinox parking lot and you tried to break up with him, didn't you? Yes, Jane said. That's like the health club. Let me play you an audio recording. It's Diddy's voice. They must have been sidebarring over this. We was both tripping. Then Jane comes on. We need to pick each other up. So she tried to break up with him in the Equinox parking lot. And then here comes an audio recording. Diddy's voice over their loudspeaker in the courtroom. We were both tripping. And then Jane is like, we need to pick each other up. So we're not really getting much out of the courtroom right now. Adam Freeman, I don't need a sage bell from Voodoo because I don't mess with Voodoo. I leave that alone. And like I continuously and repeatedly say, I am a 13th generation Louisianian. Okay. I'm cousins with everybody down there. And nobody is sending their ancestors after me without them ancestors turning and giving them an ass whooping. Okay. Period. I don't make the rules. All right. I'm just doing the right thing by people. Okay. So I leave it alone. I don't dabble. All I say is, if you sending that shit to me, just make sure you are aware it's coming back to you 3 to 5 to 7 to 9 to 10 times, a minimum 3. Do not send nothing to me. I am telling y'all, this is your notice. It will be coming back to you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't need a bigger sage bell because there's nothing for me to protect myself against because I don't mess with that. I leave that alone. Okay. Leave that alone. Yeah, Teeny, wrap it up, girl. Get on with the show, you slow. She is like honestly so boring. Speaking of jealous, she's probably so jealous of Nicole Westmoreland because everybody gets so excited. It's like electric in the room. It's like a show. Even Brian Steele. I mean, they probably all going to hell, all of them. But like, she's probably like, when everybody's all like on the edge of their seat for Nicole Westmoreland, Teeny's sitting over there like, well, technically, I can't believe her dad came to court yesterday. That's funny. Just waiting for another tweet, y'all. I mean, it's just trickling. There it is, tenfold. Y'all, I'm trying to move on. I am trying. I'm trying to move on. It's like nobody's saying nothing. They must just be arguing over stuff and sidebarring. Most recent thing we got is still this freaking Equinox gym parking lot. Yeah, no, I wouldn't put Brian on this cross-examination. It's Kim. Does anyone remember that clip from Monty Python when God yells at all of them, get on with it? We need the Lord to show up and say, can we move on? And then also Justin Bieber had posted something like, does ketamine make you lose your free will? And I got, y'all, I'm telling you, I was up with scalp chills all night. Thank you so much for that $2 super chat, Adam. Thank you for all you do. One thing about voodoo is it will come back on you for sure. That's why I don't mess with it, Yolanda. I come in peace. I'm just doing the right thing at the right time every chance I get. And I am certainly blessed by the ancestors. And I like y'all can like it or you cannot like it, but we probably all cousins. I know I don't look like it, but y'all know it's true. And so nobody better send nobody's ancestors on me because we all cousins. All right, it's coming back. Thanks so much, $5 super chat, Yolanda. Thank you, Linda. You narrate so well. You're making this enjoyable. Thank you, Linda. Listen for the $9.99. Thank you, Sarah, for the £3. Could they be trying to bring in custody of kid up? They could. I think they're trying to bring something with this kid up. I do. Thank you for the £3 super chat. It might be that they're trying to do that. I don't see the approach either she's trying to make against the prosecution's case. Like she said she loves him. Does that negate all the RICO? I don't think so. Mine y'all's. Shout out to you becoming a member. Yeah, we rebuke y'all. You ain't getting me. Nope, not me. You better move on. Okay. We do have another finally update from CNN. Hotel Nights puts Diddy at peace, Jane says when asked. In October 2023, Jane and so now we're in October, so the month before Diddy's birthday, 2023. They were arguing again over Diddy spending time with one of his other girlfriends, Gina, who Jane said brought drama into their relationship. Jane testified that Diddy and Gina had a lot of public problems, causing Diddy to bring negativity into his relationship with Jane. At one point, when Jane was expressing frustration over his relationship with Gina, Diddy texted her, "Girl, stop. You know I don't feed into this. I need you. You're the only thing that's going to put me at peace, please," according to messages revealed in court. Defense attorney TENY GARAGOS asked Jane, quote, "You thought the hotel nights put him at peace?" Jane said, "Yes, I did." Jane also agreed. When TENY GARAGOS asked if part of why Jane agreed to do the hotel nights was because she thought they brought Diddy peace. Okay, with a lawyer like this, who needs a prosecutor? Wouldn't you agree, Jane, you did these hotel nights because you thought it brought Diddy peace? Yeah, I wasn't doing it for my freaking health. Less than a minute ago, Jane says she resents Diddy for knowing how I couldn't say no to him. She's like, he knew I couldn't say no to him, and I resent him for that. Defense attorney TENY GARAGOS returned to that sobriety party Jane previously testified about. She said it was one of 2 times she tried not to use substances during the hotel night. Remember I told y'all that? Then TENY said, "But did you agree to that doing it that night?" "Unfortunately, yes," Jane replied. And you say unfortunately, but you did agree, right? You regret now that you agreed to this? Is that fair? Jane will not just give a yes or no, and good for her, to be honest. She said, okay, just remind you the question. You regret now that you agreed to it. Is that fair? Quote, "I resent him for knowing how much I loved him and how I couldn't say no to him." Okay, so you regret it now. She could have just said, yeah. No, she said, "I resent him for knowing how much I loved him and how I couldn't say no to him." TENY GARAGOS asked Jane a few more times about regret, but each time Jane just gave the same answer, which is perfect. She was prepped very well. She just kept saying it. "I resent him." Yeah, but now you just regret it now, right? "I resent him for knowing I couldn't say no." And you regret it, right? "I believe I resent and regret." Resent and regret lie in the same feelings. Like she really wants her to say she just regrets it now. But Jane won't do it. She won't give TENY the soundbite, basically, that she wants. Oh, girl, court is over? What? Huh. Interesting. If I had to guess, there's some stuff TENY wants to bring up, and they got to argue over it in writing, and they're going to submit letters to the judge. It's 4:31. Okay, so let me play you an audio recording. Diddy said we was both tripping. Jane said we need to pick each other up. Question, no entertainers that night, right? Jane said, right. Okay, next question. But it was after that video? It was after the video and the Cassie lawsuit was made public, wasn't it? All of a sudden you had all these regrets after you saw Cassie's CNN Intercontinental tape come out, right? Like after you saw the video, all of a sudden you had regrets, right? Jane said, well, that's when I brought it up. That's when it happened. Yeah, after the video came out, another freak off happened. Yeah. Okay. What? What? This is the most TMZ cliffhanging ass ending, y'all. Look at this ending. No entertainers that night, right? Right. But it was after that. the video in Cassie's lawsuit was made public, the Intercontinental? Yeah, it was after that. It was after. Okay, I got it mixed up. Okay, so let's start over right here. You were in an Equinox parking lot trying to break up with Diddy, weren't you? Yes. Plays an audio recording. We was both tripping. We need to pick, and then she's like, we need to pick each other up. But there was no entertainers that night, were there? Right. And this was after that video. Yeah, no, I was right. It was after that video and Cassie's lawsuit was made public, right? Oh, no, it was after that. It was after that. It's hard to tell. After that, it's right around the time before, after. I'm not really sure by this writing. Maybe the other sources are going to give us some info. But something about this happening in the tangent of time, in the period of time of Cassie's lawsuit, of the Cassie getting beat in the hotel video comes out. Okay. There was no entertainers that night, right? Right. Before that, would Diddy write Cassie love letters while with you? Jane said, I'm not sure. Oh, I remember. Diddy was writing Cassie love letters when he was with Jane. Jane's like, I don't know. And then she changes it and says, oh, I remember. And the very next tweet is they're adjourned for the day. What? Love letters to Cassie from Diddy while he's with Jane? She's fallen in love with him. You make me and my child so happy. Okay, we do have more tweets, though, coming from the jury is gone. I understand Teeny is going to finish tomorrow morning. Who's going to be the next? Here we go, y'all. Okay. Whoo, here we go. Who's going to be the next government witness? To the person who asked a while ago, Andre Lamaze, Jonathan Perez, then our first summary witness, Mr. Sankar. When will you rest your case? The judge said. Next Friday or even Wednesday. So the prosecution has given us a lot of information. This is why I don't log off as soon as they say adjourned. Andre Lamaze, the next one going to come up to testify. Who is that? We'll check it out. Jonathan Perez sounds familiar. And then they're going to have the first summary witness. So there's like fact witnesses, I think. And then what is a summary witness? Oh, it's a forensic person. Sorry, it's a finance person. A summary witness in a legal context, particularly in federal tax cases. So that's not what this is a witness who presents a summary of voluminous evidence, often in the form of a chart or a diagram. And this is supposed to illustrate the party's case. These witnesses often are IRS agents or forensic accountants, and they can present opinions on legal interpretations, such as whether a transaction is taxable or an expense is deductible. So, Mr. Sankar, RICO. This is for RICO. This is the RICO summary. Okay. So, right. The elements of RICO, the elements of, follow the money, but also RICO, like not just the finances, but all the different elements. Yeah. They just ended that on the cliffhanger. I'm going to see if these other outlets are still gathering their pearls. They haven't said nothing about that cliffhanger. Jury sees video of, everybody's going to be talking about Cassie in an hour's time, getting love letters. And they just done. Jury, Mark Garagos is on his way to TMZ right now to go make a video about it. He might have already made the video. Might be coming out right now. If I had to guess, I don't know. I wasn't there. Jury, less than a minute ago, CNN.com sees video of Diddy and Jane laughing at his home. Jane confirmed she felt depressed after that sobriety party. I bet. And a lot of S worker type people does feel depressed after stuff like that. I've heard them saying it. She confirmed that Diddy told her he too was feeling depressed. Oh, I'm depressed too. She testified that she went to his home and spent the night. The jury saw a video of the two of them from that night. The video included both of them laughing. Quote, I was in a dark hole and you came here to save me, and I appreciate that, Diddy said at one point in the video, because he's just constantly got to be like sucking the spiritual energy off of people. I mean, at this point, that's what I think the crime is. Like, if he's not around somebody he can suck off of the spiritual energy, then he starts to die immediately. Who knows what he's doing in that jail? Diddy said at one point in the video, he said, I was in a dark hole and you came here to save me. I appreciate that. You did some saving on me that I don't even... Oh, Jane said, you did some saving on me I didn't even know. Remember, Jane previously testified the following about that sobriety party at a Beverly Hills hotel in California. At a Beverly Hills hotel in California. She said she wanted Diddy to get sober around this time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days. But he wanted to have one last sobriety party first. This party was a hotel night that lasted 12 to 18 hours, Jane testified last week. She didn't take any substances, and this is the time she threw up. So again, see, look, they're saying she didn't. Maybe that time that, she couldn't make it through without it was a different time, because she did say there was 2 times she tried not to take the substances. Okay, they're arguing. We're going to look up these people. Andre Lamaze, Jonathan Perez. Oh, it's Miss Sankar, not Mr. When will you rest? Next Friday. So also that too, y'all. Today's Wednesday. So the government could rest their case by Wednesday. That's a week from today. Mr. Agnifilo, they still don't know, y'all. You know how we keep saying, like, who all does the prosecution have left to call up and everything like that? They don't even know which ones they calling up. Mark Agnifilo and Diddy and them don't even know. He said, Judge looks over at Mark Agnifilo and said, how long you thinking you about to take on all this stuff? Agnifilo said, well, we're going to know more when they tell us which witnesses they're going to cut. I think we're still on schedule. The prosecutor said, we want the 26.2 material as soon as we request it, or as soon as we rest. Agnifilo said, okay, got it. No problem. I'll send it to you. Ooh, okay, we get a little bit more hint from the government. The feds say, we think Diddy's side has opened the door to Jane's prior consistent statements. We want to bring in her notes before November 2024, when she got immunity for her grand jury testimony. And Diddy's lawyer that don't never talk, Jason Driscoll, said, no. These are not, no, these can't come in. This is not prior consistent statements. They want to put notes, probably those Notes app notes, November last year, not even a year ago. She got immunity in November. So before November, they want to put her notes in to show her prior consistent statements. The reason that the feds want to bring this in is they're saying, look, TENY GARAGOS trying to do her big one. She's opened the door. So we're allowed to bring these notes in. These ones, her notes apps. Y'all previously, Judge, Your Honor, you said you could not bring them in, but we want to bring them in because we think they opened the door to it. And Diddy's lawyers are piping in. This one don't even never even talk. Jason Driscoll. He said, no, absolutely not. Those are not prior consistent statements. 2 minutes ago, CNN.com, jury dismissed for the day. The jury has been dismissed for the day after Jane and the jury left the courtroom. TENY GARAGOS said she's going to complete her cross-examination tomorrow morning. Maureen Comey said 2 witnesses more are expected to testify after Jane, and their testimony is going to take most of Thursday. And then also, we're going to have a summary witness come to testify. Maureen Comey said the prosecution needs to regroup and sort out travel logistics for witnesses beyond those 3. So they don't know who they're going to be. So they have a big list. Diddy knows about some list. But Maureen Comey is saying, we got to get tickets ordered. We got to see if people can come. We got to regroup. I got to talk to my team. But I can tell you for sure the next ones are going to be Andre Lamaze, Jonathan Perez, and then our first summary witness. This may be a security guard. Does anybody know? I don't know. Let's look up who these people are. Thanks so much, Mine Y'alls, for the $10 super chat. What happened to Ava? Girl, who knows, Chris DL? Thank you for that $2.79. I have no idea. I couldn't even begin to speculate. Thanks so much. Eloria said, thank you for that $5 super chat. Does anyone else have BJ as their if you could go to dinner with anyone pick? Dying to pick your brain. Weird, I know. That is so funny. I should do a sweepstakes. Woo, thank you for that $5 super chat. It'll be a meet and greet, but just for like 3 people. And we can have dinner and I go home. Thanks so much for the $9.99. A Disco D. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you to Evelyn for the $9.99. BJ, you are a gem. You make it easier for me to work and stay up to date with the trial. Yes, everybody better keep working because it's hard out here for us. You know what I mean? We all working together all day. Is Jonathan the personal trainer worker? Thank you, Ty to Gemini. I don't think so. Thank you for that $2 super chat. I don't think so. That woman's name is Paul, right? Jonathan Perez. Let me look it up. I'm going to look up Andre Lamaze. Or maybe it's Lamage. Andre Lamaze. Offensive lineman. Again, I don't want to put somebody up on here, just bringing some poor innocent soul who has nothing to do with this into this. So it's not clear. Maybe we'll get a different spelling. Maybe we'll get more update from somebody else. Let me look up Jonathan Perez. Just bringing up Perez Hilton stuff. So we'll have to wait, I guess, on that. And then let me see. Miss Shiraz. Oh, wait, what was her not Shiraz? What was her name? Sankara. Miss Shankar. I'm going to do Rico witness. These names are too ambiguous. I don't know who any of these people are. Maybe Diddy Docket will have some insight. But let's go back to they're still in court arguing. Oklahoma, yes. Oklahoma Outlaws Cash App is linked in the description box. Is Jonathan the personal trainer? No, that was Paul. Thank you, Sabrina Villarreal. My girl gives the factual piping hot tea. I do my best. Also opinions. Thank you for that $3 super chat. They still arguing. They arguing. And don't forget, everybody, I got a video about Diddy going to the Kazakhstan orphanage coming out today on BJ Investigates. After we get, the wrap up of the trial day here, I like to tie up the loose ends, as it were. I mean, they're still in court right now, so I don't want to go anywhere yet. We think they have opened the door to Jane's prior consistent statements. Why would the door be open to Jane's prior consistent statements? Is because it was ruled that these things couldn't come in, but if If the defense on the cross-examination basically attacks your credibility in some way, like makes you look like a liar in some way, then you have the other side, the prosecutors have the ability to then say, well, we can rehabilitate, we can rebut that. Because they opening the door, meaning they attacked her credibility, so we should be allowed to rebut. But it's like been minutes and minutes. They must be arguing in there. Oh my God, 5 new updates from Washington Post. There's all the updates. Oh, we got some good updates from over here. Okay. 22 minutes ago, Washington Post, Wesley Parnell. Jane broke down on the stand while reading aloud a love message she said she wrote to Diddy in 2023. After a hotel night freak off that year, Jane texted Diddy, "The fact that you are the reason for my child's joy is a feeling inside me I can't explain." And it probably was really nice to have like a big old yard for her kid to run around in. I mean, it is nice to have a yard for your kid. I mean, I'm sure that was nice. Jane said on the stand, choking up. She managed to continue, "I love you so much as my friend, my lover, my boyfriend, even though you don't like that word." Diddy did not make eye contact. Now, this is new because we've been told from other reportings that this witness in particular, Diddy has been eyeing her down the whole time. But he wasn't making eye contact. He was reading the transcript, kept his gaze focused on a screen in front of him showing a transcript. Jane has been under cross-examination for 2 days, and it appears to be taking an emotional toll. She keeps a box of tissues on the witness stand. This is 17 minutes ago, another Washington Post. After a 2023 New York trip that included a freak-off, Jane apologized to Diddy via text for getting upset with him, and she had previously testified that she believed it would be a romantic trip. Instead, it was centered around a hotel night, causing her to tell the producer, Diddy, she was done with these sessions with the male escorts. Jane ended up getting COVID from the encounter. Girl, they had a super spreader event at the freak off. She ended up getting that from the freak off, and she went to Howard Homecoming in Washington shortly afterward. Oh, Howard is where Diddy, Washington, D.C., that's where he went to school. "I love making you happy," Jane told him. "No one can ever compare to you." Jane's demeanor on the stand has changed markedly since Tuesday when she was occasionally defiant. She has cast her eyes downward and at times spoken barely above a whisper. Jane was then asked about the sobriety party freak-off. TENY GARAGOS asked Jane to explain her feelings surrounding a sobriety party freak-off. Jane has previously testified that she was often under the influence of substances during these parties, but on one occasion, she stayed sober because she hoped to encourage Diddy to do the same. They called it a sobriety party. So she was like trying to show him that they could do it even without the substances, but he still did the substances. They called it a sobriety party because she was sober. TENY GARAGOS likely hoped to highlight the fact that Jane had been sober on at least one of these occasions, but she certainly glided over certain details, including one that Jane previously testified that sleeping with 3 men while sober caused her to vomit. Diddy pressured her to return to the freak-off after throwing up. "I resent him for all of it," Jane said on the stand this afternoon. "I believe resent and regret lie in the same feelings." 6 minutes ago, Ann Brannigan, Washington Post. Diddy told his ex-girlfriend, Jane, that Cassie was one of his greatest loves. Okay, here we go. We're getting that trickling in about Cassie. Wow. Diddy told his ex-girlfriend, Jane, that Cassie was one of his greatest loves. Jane confirmed that on the stand Wednesday. Diddy's attorney, TENY GARAGOS, brought up Cassie toward the end of her cross-examination, which has been paused until tomorrow morning. TENY GARAGOS also mentioned that Diddy would write Cassie love letters during Jane's time with him, but Jane wasn't sure about that. She was in a relationship with Diddy from early 2021 through about August 2024. The jury has been excused for the day. 5 minutes ago, we get another update from Washington Post. Defense aims to portray relationship with Jane as loving. Anne Brannigan writes, defense lawyer TENY GARAGOS played a video of Jane and Diddy from October 2023, in which the two professed deep love for each other. This was during a period when Jane was deeply depressed over the state of her relationship with Diddy. She had testified this earlier. The video began with Diddy making loud kissing sounds. Only jurors are being permitted to view the evidence related to Jane per a court order, but everyone else can hear the audio. We was both tripping, Diddy said. I was in a dark hole. You came over here to save me. You did some saving on me and I didn't even know, Jane responds. She clarified, though, that comment, she was referring to his kind words at the time. But then TENY GARAGOS popped back and said she noted that Jane spent the night at Diddy's place with no entertainers. Yeah, because they were going to fight over it. Like, TENY GARAGOS' argument is literally, you didn't have a freak off every time you saw him, did you? That's their whole argument right now. You didn't hate every single moment you ever spent with him, did you? No. You still even have human feelings for him, don't you? Yeah. That's their whole defense for the whole 2 days so far that I've seen. Okay, we got another tweet. This witness was never going to be charged as a co-conspirator. How about the Mann Act charges? Yeah, I knew it. Okay. Diddy's lawyer said the government only told half the story. Now, story about what? Girl, who knows? It's all under secret seal. It's all under secret seal. He always in a dark hole. I know he needs a light being to come by and take him out of it every time. I just keep thinking about Kim Porter. I don't know why. I just keep thinking about it and like how much hell she probably went through. In my opinion, I don't know. I certainly wasn't there. Oh, man. I'm waiting for a couple more updates. Don't worry. NBC hasn't even done their little wrap up. I like to do all the little wrap ups because then I never get back around to it the next day and it's like on a totally separate video. Now remember, I do have a video coming out right after this one about the time that Diddy tried to adopt a child from a Kazakhstan orphanage whenever it was actually not even legal to do that. And now he's using that alleged adoption trip as an alibi in his own criminal trial. Yep, got a video coming out about that. Shout out to Tara Jackson becoming a member. Thank you, Katie Dobson, for the £9.99 super sticker. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat as Fixia. I've heard speculation on your channel about if Diddy experienced abuse early in his life. Look up Mount Sinai. Oh, I did. Whitney Webb did the whole expose on it. Y'all got to read Whitney Webb, One Label Under Blackmail, y'all. It is good. It is good. She talks about that high school that Diddy went to. And there was abuse going on the years he was there by some of the preachers, whatever they're called over there, reverend. I don't know what they called, the priests, the brothers, whatever. Thank you for that $10 super chat. Shout out to Rebecca Evans becoming a member. Welcome to members. All right, Lauren Freitag, thank you very much. Information suggests that Jonathan Perez and Diddy have a connection through the notorious B.I.G. estate. Oh, uh-oh. People say this about me a lot, like I miss my calling as an actress, but it's actually very hard for me to like keep in a character. Like I can do a little silly like, and then I got to be back into like me. It starts to make me feel like, yeah, this is what it's kind of like. This is, I think, the government's case, Tina Van Handel. I think that's what the government's trying to say. He turns them into his own private prostitutes while letting them think he is in love with them and then just doing like the bare minimum or whatever. Yeah, y'all. Who they calling? Who they calling? Okay, we got another update from Washington Post. Ann Brannigan just now. Prosecutor Maureen Comey told the court Wednesday afternoon the government may rest its case as early as Wednesday, June 18th, and no later. So they're going to absolutely not be any later than Friday, June 20th. She named she named 2 additional witnesses that prosecutors may question tomorrow, and a summary witness who will be presenting some records to the jury. Are we going to be looking at Notorious B.I.G.'s estate, please? Can y'all imagine if that's where this ends up going? Please. Unlike on June 10th when Teeny asked about her son, drawing a rebuke and echoing the playing of Mia's unredacted birthday wish video, which gave rise to a censorship threat. On June 11th, today, Garagos went around and around, out of chronological order, with Jane's messages. With Diddy and entertainers like Cabral, Jane pointedly said, "Unfortunately, I was controlled. She will finish tomorrow." And then Jonathan Perez and Andre Lamaze. And I don't know who is that Andre Lamaze. Personally, don't know. We got an update here? Have I missed it? Uh-oh. Okay, we got oh wow, there's like a lot of updates here. Jane recalls the sobriety party that lasted 12 to 18 hours. She said she encouraged Diddy to go 30 days, eating healthy foods and staying off substances. And that included Diddy pushing for a sobriety party, which was a hotel night without drugs. That party lasted between 12 and 18 hours and included Jane having relations with 3 men. "I resent him for how much I loved him, and I could not say no to him," she said. "I resent him for all of it." Diddy tells Jane they're good for each other in party video. In a party video shot by a jovial Jane, Diddy expressed how good for each other they were. A party video? What does that mean? "We need to pick each other up, isolate ourselves, and do the same thing." The video was shot fall 2023. Though Diddy did seem to acknowledge he hadn't been the best boyfriend, saying, quote, "I don't want to hurt you no matter what the F is going on." Court adjourned for the day. The judge sent the jurors home for the day, asking them to return tomorrow before 9 a.m. There will be more cross-examination of Jane, but they're going to be done tomorrow morning. Prosecution could rest its case by next Wednesday. Lead prosecutor Maureen Comey said that the government will rest their case no later than a week from Friday, and perhaps as early as Wednesday next week. The government is condensing its case and will soon let the court and defense know which witnesses will be cut from earlier plans. So they're still deciding who they want to bring up here and all that. And that is crazy to me. Let me just update this thing right here, and then we'll go over to watch the Diddy's adopted attempted adoption out of the Kazakhstan orphanage. That's what we're gonna go over there to check out. Shout out to me. I have 296,000 subscribers on BJ Investigates. Make sure you're subscribed to this channel. People, they be getting a little bit unsubscribed, from time to time, inadvertently. So make sure you are subscribed. Just double check if you don't mind, and like the video if you don't mind. Okay. And I'm going to send us all over now to the Kazakhstan orphanage. So I'll see y'all over there. Thank you, LTD. Cousin, what about that young girl he adopted, the young white girl? I don't know about her. I don't know what's going on with her. I made a video on it, but nothing's happened. I don't know. Adam Freeman, thank you for the $5 super chat. Would I be open to appear in film? I actually reached out to you a few months ago looking for a reporter. It depends. It really depends. Generally, not really, but because I just don't like signing stuff. I don't want to sign nothing. I don't want to be in a contract with nobody. But I'm open. You know, I never say no. You know, flat out without knowing all the details. So it would depend. Just maybe resend me that email. I get a lot of emails. It's been crazy this month with the Diddy stuff. So, all right, let's go over and watch the Kazakhstan orphanage video. I'll see y'all over there. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. And see y'all bright and early tomorrow, 9 a.m. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.